I squinted, everybody. I got everything this morning but my glasses.
Oh, no.
No, fuck it.
That is
I got an extra pair if that helps you.
I'll go ahead and call the meeting to order. As always, we'll open our meeting with a word of prayer.
Let us pray. Father God, thank you for letting us gather here today. Let us get home safely. Keep your arms of protection over our county today as that we're not through the storm yet. We still have lots of recovery and cleanup to do. Keep everyone safe who's out on the roads taking care of us. Be with us while we recover. In your name I pray, amen.
Amen.
Jerry, you want to do a pledge?
I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You'll check our quorum.
Good morning, everyone, on this very adventurous morning, I guess is the best way to put it. Hello, Mr. Mark. So with that, I'll go ahead and call the roll, if that's all right. And I'll start with Ms. Bechtel.
Here.
Ms. Cookenbook.
Present.
All right, Mr. Booth,
Here,
Mr. Turman,
Here.
and Mr. Cox. And if you would like to clarify that you are participating by phone?
Yeah, I'm here by telephone in a secure location.
All right, thank you so much. All right, thank you. So with that, and appreciate it, Mr. Cox, you joining us in, and we understand that there's, you might have to occasionally leave us, so we'll
Yeah,
just be checking in with you, and if it gets to the point, if it's all right with the chairman that we think we need to take a vote on something, then one of us will get up with you, and if we need to move it a little bit
Okay,
in the meeting. Is that all right, Mr. Chairman?
okay.
Yes, okay. All right.
Thank you.
Take the approval of the agenda, and before we get on that, I want to amend it, put Mr. Clark, after we get our, agenda approved,
Okay.
because I got a feeling he's got work to do.
Yeah, we got phone calls, we're trying to coordinate a bunch of stuff.
Yeah. All right, and if I might, just a piece of information, when we have Dr. Cromer, we'll be calling her. She had planned to come, but is unable to get out. She has fallen trees in both directions. So wanted to let you all know that. The other another change to the agenda is we had Chad Alls down at 9:15 to come speak to us. However, Chad and some of his staff and our public safety staff are meeting pretty quickly here now to finalize the details on warming centers. And so once they get that meeting done, we'll be able to share more about that plan. But they're meeting at 9 o'clock, so he is not able to join us right now and has instead been diverted to that. And I felt like you all would be good with that. We never heard from Eddie. The other change, Mr. Chair, is Eddie Worth, and we won't have a recovery court presentation today either, so we'll lose both of those. But you still get the constitutional officers, Lisa was gonna try to at least call in. She's a little under the weather. If we're not able to, I have some of the information that she and I and the assessors have been working on to let you know about a challenge that we're all kind of facing. And then beyond that, I believe that's it. All the
no,
changes, what's the other change?
we got the
Oh, the resolution,
resolution
new business.
under new business, resolution for to delay the penalties and interest on
Oh,
late
yes.
payment until the end of March.
You're correct. Thank you for correcting that oversight. We do have copies of that, and I believe it's in
Yeah.
your packet, and also, we need to address the the additional resolution, the action of the chairman.
Right.
Yes, so we have two, so that would
We
be
have
C
to
and D.
ratify the emergency declaration.
Correct.
Yeah.
And the fee schedule. You ready, Chairman? I'd make that motion of the agenda that has been amended to approve.
Second?
Motion second, call roll.
All right. On the motion to approve the agenda as amended, Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
all right, thank you, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Turman.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Now we move to the approval of the disbursements.
Let's get
We
David
moved
first.
David first.
Move David first, okay,
Yeah, ahead of that.
thank you.
Go ahead, David.
All right, thank you. Appreciate that. I'll be quick also, because we really don't have a whole lot of itemized things.
That's Morris checking in.
Microphone here, I accidentally stepped on it. Yeah, I don't have a whole lot of items that we've been working on other than a lot of storm related things back and forth. Putting Thunderstruck Road back together, that's crazy. First you gotta get the ice chunks out of the way. Then you gotta put the road back together. I don't know if all you saw pictures of that. That's happened before, I've got old pictures of
Yeah.
chunks of ice in Thunderstruck Road. So what happens when you get a week of 6-degree weather or whatever it was.
Yep.
And then rain, floods, pushes the ice up on
Yep.
the road, there you have it. So, there's been a lot of that, but we've had some decent, days where we can get some patching done, trying to get, 221 patched as much as we can. We'll keep working on that kind of thing. And then just the storms, so we'll keep you updated on, the next big thing is just gonna be picking up all this debris and getting it somewhere. And we've been cleaning up debris from old storms, and hadn't got all that done, and now we don't look like we've done anything for a while, with all the debris on the roads right now. So that'll be our focus. I got a couple phone calls, this morning, people who have offered other crews resources. We've got a lot of crews outside of just our normal area headquarters right now. We've got hired crews.
Excellent.
District, we have our equipment crews. LAS, which is the contractor that actually does the work on the interstate, has cutting crews. Gardner, our normal, our equipment contractor that does really good work on our unpaid road stuff. Gardner has crews that we have working, so, trying to, we can. We'll get a lot done today. I heard a lot of melting going on as I was walking across the park lot. Finally, the temperatures got up. They didn't get up as much last night as they
They did
said
not.
they might. I thought we might hit 35 sometime in the night.
Nope, just held at 32,
Yeah,
31.
so that was tough. But you all know Ken King, our district administrator, you know where he lives.
He was trapped.
Yeah, well, he came in last night, actually stopped off at our check area headquarters and talked to the guys there. He showed me some pictures that he took at his house of just the thickness of the ice around the trees. It's incredible. In fact, he called me on the way in. He didn't realize I was coming here. He just wanted to know how things were going.
Yeah, my measurement was 0.75.
Yeah, it's crazy. Yeah, so when you look at all around, big circle of
Yeah.
ice.
Yeah, there's a
So
formula.
anyway, that's what we got. The other thing I want to mention is the 6-year plan public hearing. I'd like to set the date of that we're gonna do that. And I would like to do it sooner rather than later, because I think we're gonna have some decisions. Or we can do it a little bit later if you wanna do like a review stuff, however you'd like to do it. But I think we're gonna be able to add some roads. Some are gonna have to come off. I think you can put it on the D-Hart store, it just doesn't have the traffic. Bear Ridge doesn't have the traffic. We're gonna have to look, I've got and I'll bring it next time we're sending it. I've actually gone through a map of the county and highlighted roads that would be eligible.
That would be great to see.
Yeah, it's I've had to divide I've been doing it myself. First I divided it into quadrants. I call them quadrants. The 8 and 221, and then now I've got like 16 quadrants. If you can call them quadrants. because there's just so many.
Yeah.
And once you've identified the gravel roads, then you go through the traffic count book and see which
Right.
ones are actually eligible for 6-year plan money.
Right.
So, but the good thing is that I think we'll be able to add some. And I'll just try to go through for you and identify probably the most, where you get the most traffic for the, the type of road that you can get out of it, and that's not gonna cost more than the average. If you have a really, really narrow road that needs a lot of drainage, it's gonna cost more than $100,000, a tenth of a mile, which is, just what our rule of thumb is, half a mile of road's gonna cost you $500,000. But that's kind of just a middle, kind of thing, that's not one of those tight ones. So we'll talk about that, but based on your other business throughout the spring, I know you get ready for budgets and do stuff like that, we'd like to have it before the end of the fiscal year, so.
We had been doing it in April, right?
That's what I thought, so April's fine with me. If you like to do it in April, we can do it in April, we can have work sessions, we can drive around, we can do whatever you guys would like to do, but I'll try to pick about, like I said, I did it just sort of geographically, that worked out, I didn't do it by your districts.
Right.
I might be able to draw another line on there so you can see what might be in each of your districts, if you wanna do it that way.
I wonder if we could have like first day meeting in April, have sort of like a review with you, go
Yeah.
over stuff, and then set
Hearing for the
meeting
night.
for
Yeah,
the
hearing for
meeting.
the 23rd,
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
that'd be
I can do
great.
that. Works out well. All right, I'll have something ready for, and I'll mail it to you, we can discuss it in the meeting, but I'll send what I've got to you,
Yeah,
so
the
you can
8th.
review it,
That'll give us a couple weeks to
Yeah.
sort of
and see.
think it over.
Maybe a map out. When I first came on the board, we got together and rode the whole
Yeah.
county.
Yeah.
All of us did looking. And
We did that a couple times.
we did that a couple of times, and that helped me understand y'all's district.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all of course,
Yep.
mine, I don't have that many in mine, but,
Yeah,
which is,
I've done that with Montgomery too, and you'd be surprised, people in the northern half of Montgomery County, they never get down to Rhineham or
Right.
something like that. It's funny that, you've got your own circle of stuff, your business routes take you. Sometimes it's tough to get to all the places in the county. Especially Floyd County, with 600 miles of secondary road.
Yep.
That's all I have for a report. We'll keep you updated on all the other debris stuff.
We had I wanna say thank you to all the crews and all the hard work. It's amazing,
Yeah.
the amount of work that's being done. It's appreciated.
prior to this, I was gonna talk to you about the potholes on Haycock, but I know you got much more priorities. I've had a bunch of citizens out there call about their reassessment, and while they had me on the phone, describe the terrible condition of their road.
Yeah.
After things calm down and, you get caught up. Also, you mentioned the brush and stuff that you've gotta clean up. Now, I don't know what technically you have to do with it.
Biochar.
Dr. Millsaps, would Biocharge be interested in this brush and stuff?
That's something to be worth asking. I'll put that on for David and me to ask.
Instead of loading it up and you hauling it all over Creation, we got a place right out
Sam's
here
Road.
on Franklin, out on Sam's Road.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's,
They could stop out that chippings, and then when they run out of brush,
Yep.
they can burn chippings.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah, we're
just,
looking for, it's like waste areas, when we do any kind of digging, spots people, private citizens want, holes
Yeah.
filled in their property, so we just.
Right.
We have
Yep.
to inspect it, make sure, we're not doing anything improper, for our
Right.
roads, but no, less distance we have to haul, anything the better.
that's what I was thinking, that
Yeah.
Biocharge might be something to get
Yeah.
hooked up with.
They take logs and
Yeah,
everything.
they take
Yeah,
Yeah,
everything.
they take a little bit of everything from what I understand, so that might save you some additional cost. I don't know how we're gonna bring it up, but I'll do it during mine. This 58 situation, we never did really get our questions answered.
No, well,
And the questions is, there's two spots that's being requested to abandon. Now, right now, they're still public right of way, and those properties have access to the new 58 over the old. The question we had, and I don't know if it ever got all the way to you or how it got to you, but the concern I had, on one of those loops where the old 58's at, if that property and that old 58 came off, if you had to, I don't know, Danny, can you have any luck?
Short answer to that, and I should have known the first time I brought it up, is it's an old primary road. And when you enter a primary road, the property doesn't go to property owners. It stays within VDOT. So it was gonna.
So even if it's abandoned,
Yes.
you're still keeping the property?
Yes.
So if
Now-
anybody has a problem, they come to you for a right of way?
Yeah.
See, now
Now, the
that-
next,
That's an easy
the
answer.
next
Well, then,
plan
that-
is that now that we've looked at it more carefully, and I'll commend the board for this, we looked at it more carefully because of all the questions you asked.
Good.
Is that I think what we're, instead of abandoning and tearing it up, I think what we're gonna ask to do is to turn that into a secondary road. So that they still have, we'll just
Right.
not call it 58.
just leave it in the system and
Yes.
rename
Yeah,
it.
cause it's not very long, it's not gonna be a
No.
big maintenance, headache.
Okay.
We'll work up all the.
Very good.
A drawing for that and all that kind of stuff.
So
Again,
we don't
We've
need
been
that-
working on that,
we
that's not
don't-
just an idea.
We don't need to act on
No.
that then.
Beautiful.
We'll end up abandoning maybe two little tiny sections that are connections that would be of no use to anyone anyway. They'll be able to use the old 58,
But
the
that'll
new
still,
58 in the system and get the old 58 turned into a secondary road.
There you go.
okay.
Did you catch that, Levi?
Levi doesn't know where
Yes.
58
Yeah,
is.
okay, I wanted to make sure, cause you had some questions on that.
No, he does know where it is.
No, we know exactly where it is, yeah.
He knows where the property is.
Well, yeah, and well, that's good. That's the first time, that's the first time I've heard
Oh,
that
sure, yeah,
on
cause
primary.
we've been going through it in our office.
So-
That, and we will present something, a new sketch that shows what's gonna be turned into a secondary.
So on
road.
any any Route 8, 221, all those properties going back, that
That-
we abandoned this little loop and that little
Yeah,
loop when
that-
it was straightened out, it's still in the VDOT right away.
Yes,
And in the system.
until VDOT decides, and see, we can't just give it, cause it becomes VDOT, property.
You can't give away
Right.
state property.
Yeah, I'd have to auction it off or something.
Right.
Something like that.
Well, that's
Yeah.
great. I'm glad we,
We've got little bits like that on 460 going into Giles County, it used to go like this, and
Right.
you straighten it out,
Right.
little loops. And that's what we did, a lot of them we turned into secondary roads, or just kept, you might notice, if you're ever going to Giles, we got one of our brine tanks, is off on one of those
Right.
little loops.
right,
It's the off curve, which
Yeah.
is sort of like it.
right.
Yeah, when they redid that, they just made
Yeah.
that a secondary road, okay. Yeah, there you go, cause what was concerning me was that big loop right there.
Yes.
Yeah,
If the old right of way and everything came off of this property down here and it went back
oh, yeah,
down,
no,
you know.
you're all exactly right, and
So-
that was just turned into a secondary road.
Well, yeah, then that just, you get a new secondary road to keep up with,
Then we need a motion to table the action item?
Yeah, since it's an action item.
I'll make a motion, we table the 58, Route 58 situation or request until such
Until a
time,
new one comes.
till we
Yeah,
get
to
the
a
new
new
one.
drawing.
Second,
All right, if I might, Mr. Chair. On the motion to table item 8B little I, Route 58 road abandonment, until there is a new drawing available, I believe was the requirement.
Mhm.
Mr. Booth,
Yes,
Ms. Bechtel,
yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
thank you, and Mr. Turman.
Yes,
All right, they consider it tabled.
and that was all I had.
go ahead. Linda?
Just thank you. I mean, I don't know what else to say. There's issues around. We've talked about Bluebird and all, but right now there's just this storm that we're still trying to get out from under, the next storm coming, that we're gonna have almost a carbon copy perhaps of this one, so I can't thank VDOT enough, your contractors and all for doing the work that's been done. It's absolutely fantastic.
Well, and don't think you're bugging us when you call us or, I appreciate the pictures of Thunderstruck. Because you
Absolutely.
hear it, and Chris just decided he was gonna go out and look at it.
Yeah.
And he looked at it and went, well.
We gotta do something.
This is no joke.
Yeah. Yeah.
So anyway, it's always good.
Whatever she needs,
I
cause she
tell my
said
guys,
she was sick.
nothing that happens sitting in the office. You gotta get out and go look at stuff yourself. Okay,
Well,
thank
thank
you.
you.
Thank
Appreciate
you,
it.
be safe.
Appreciate everything y'all done and appreciate y'all machining our roads before this happens, so that,
It's never ending.
I guess that'll be a redo, but, we really didn't have a lot of water running in the road.
Mhm.
Most of it, stayed in the ditches,
That's
but the creeks are level,
They're getting there.
and I got a feeling they're gonna be over level this evening, but,
Yeah.
but we appreciate everything y'all doing, and, just stay safe out there.
Alright, well, if anything comes up,
Don't
don't
forget
hesitate
Levi.
to. and I-
Levi, I forgot.
Oh, you'll Levi, yeah, Levi.
And I
Sorry,
got
Levi.
one more. I forgot about.
I said,
One more thing.
I'll make mine quick. I still get a lot of complaints on Lick Ridge, but we've talked about that in the past. But for today, I'll sort of second or echo the rest of them. I just want to thank y'all for showing up and working so hard so we can tend to the other stuff once the weather gets a little bit better. But thank y'all.
Appreciate it. And I don't know if it makes you or the residents of Lick Ridge feel any better, but our district administrator, Ken King, who's, most popular for the county, has driven Lick Ridge, and understands the issues, and we're gonna work to figure out a way to get, at least the residents.
All these trees that's falling are getting
Okay.
trimmed up and cut
Thank
up.
you.
Maybe the next storm, it won't be so much to fall out.
Hopefully, yeah.
Go ahead, Jerry.
One thing I forgot, you remember on Beaver Creek 705, I was talking about the water ponding up and they would shovel, they'd shovel a little hole out and let the water drain off till they could get back and work the shoulder.
Mhm.
They didn't go back and work the shoulder, now it appears, and I hadn't been able to stop right there, but it looks like it's washing out the bank right there up next to the asphalt.
Okay.
So after everything clears off, they need to work that shoulder down and they'll have to repack that in there to where the water runs over, not just in that one spot, but it's run there enough now, it's eating away at the bank. And I'm afraid it's gonna start eating away at the asphalt there, so.
Yep, we'll take a look at that.
I wanna do one more thing.
You go
B.
ahead.
You got A, I'll take B.
Okay.
Me and Jerry was over on Route 8 the other day, and that pull off right before Montgomery County. And we was watching traffic come down off that hill. We could tell the people that ran that road regularly, because when they get right at the edge where that pull off starts, they go over another lane and around.
That's
Yeah,
that,
Dips.
that
Yeah.
bump right there.
Yeah.
There is a box culvert in there, and I think.
Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Ah.
Water. I don't think there's anything wrong with the box culvert. I think water just is getting trapped from the top of the box culvert in there. And
Oh.
the trees we had eating it up.
Oh, wow.
Cause the ones that
But I'll
wasn't
notice
used,
it. I'll pay attention to it on the way back.
the ones that wasn't used to it,
Yeah.
hit and bounce, and
Yeah.
the rest of them go around it, so.
Yeah, go over, plumb over another one,
Yeah.
I'll try to hit it about 60 miles an hour.
see what it does.
I think Dr. Millsap's got something.
Yeah, if the board is all complete.
Well, I just have one more, but you go ahead.
No.
So we're getting these reports about the sharp gravel.
Yeah.
You know,
I'll do a couple of those.
I mean, is there anything you wanna speak to on that? I just,
Yeah, we, all the material we buy from the quarries has to pass, specs to a sieve and all that kind of thing.
Right.
Sometimes, I guess some of them get through. I think I picked one up in my state car, on a road off of Mount Pleasant Road in Montgomery County.
Right.
A road called Split Railroad. And, I had flat on my state vehicle. I pumped it up to get down to Salem for a class, cause it looked a little low. Went into the class, it was at the Civic Center, it was a big class. When I came back out, my tire was on the,
Ground.
was on the rim. Rim was on the ground. And we looked for something, and it had to have been a rock that I got on spur rail.
But we're not having the trouble this year that we had a couple of years ago.
Yeah,
Yeah, no,
You know, cause a couple of years ago, it seemed like 1 out of 10 was getting a flat
I
tire.
think
Yeah.
the gradation may be a little bit better, maybe more attention to that, but we're using a lot more stone, a mix of stone with the salt now because we're having to really watch our salt levels. We've just had so many of these storms that require salt that we're trying to make our salt last a little bit more. And when you get the ice, traction is what you want.
Once that stone goes through them crushers, I mean, it's
yeah.
not in their ballpark no more, it's whatever comes out.
Yeah.
Anybody else? Dr. Bill Sampson?
Good, okay. So David, I just wanted to also thank your staff. I know this morning is a whole different ballgame, but I will say yesterday, I was out driving around 7 o'clock and drove several of the major roads, and pretty much the only other people I saw were VDOT trucks, and they were a lot,
Yeah.
and contract trucks, and so I just wanted to let you all know that it was certainly noticed. I went all the way to Christiansburg and back, and it was very noticeable that people were trying really, really hard, and I saw one of them, I guess I came through well after they had salted, and one that was moving limbs off with the trucks. So, I mean, they are really trying to be full service, and I appreciate
Yeah,
that.
we gotta split it between a day crew and a night crew too, so it's tough. Crews aren't big enough right now, and the day crew's only half to 3/4 of what you should see.
People need to be aware now that it's warming up, you're gonna have a lot of falling ice.
Oh, yeah.
Cause my daughter was talking about this morning, she about lost her windshield
Yeah.
coming down, so.
Yeah,
I'll see if we can't get Dr. Cromer out.
And on some of these
I think she wouldn't be able to get there.
non-paved secondary roads are gonna be soft spots,
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
big time.
yeah, I mean, by the time it's all said and done, we could have 5 inches of rain by Sunday.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what they're predicting.
Yeah. When's it supposed to start again? Today's not supposed to do anything.
No.
We're sitting right now.
Friday night.
Saturday.
Friday night into Saturday and then into Sunday.
Yeah.
Early morning hours.
But to your comment about Dr. Cromer, she said both of her routes are blocked, so.
Yeah, I know. So-
She texted me very early this morning about that. I was like, wow. It was about 6 o'clock. She was like, so sorry.
Now would be a good time to have all our flood monitors up.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you. That was it, just
All
to
right,
say
no,
thanks. I
thanks very
really
much.
noticed.
Thank you,
Thank you
David.
for
Appreciate it.
everything.
Be safe.
I don't know, brush and stuff might knock it out, depending on where they at, floating down the river.
Well,
Yeah.
probably good. They were cutting some of that stuff this fall. Can you
Yeah,
imagine?
yeah.
Yeah.
It'd be a shame to get all that up and have it all tore up.
Yeah.
Okay.
If it's all right with you, Mr. Chairman, we're gonna call Dr. Cromer and add her to the call.
So video is not working this morning?
Well,
We skipped disbursements and minutes, but we'll talk about it again.
okay, thank you for, yeah.
But we're going out audio, right?
Yeah.
And that's on YouTube? Yep. YouTube audio. I had somebody question.
And he's got it covered.
Hello.
All right.
Good morning.
Good morning, ma'am.
Hello.
Hey,
Good morning.
good morning. Well, the good news is we just told Mr. Clark that you were stuck, so he was gonna try to help you out. So,
Well, now that it's daylight, everybody's out with their chainsaws, so hopefully he won't have to do too much.
that's terrific. But, Mr. Chairman, I
Yeah,
think they're ready for whatever it is you'd like to share with them as part of your kind of normal day meeting.
Yeah. Well, good morning. I'm sorry I'm not there in person. I know you all understand that given everything that's going on, and also given everything that's going on, updates about a school board meeting don't seem as important as they did on Tuesday. But we had a good meeting Monday night. We got to recognize and hear from our robotics team. This is a small team of 5 students who have been working pretty diligently the past 3 years to build a program, and they've finally gotten to where they're competing. The competitions for these tournaments are held a lot of times in Northern Virginia. They did have one in Bassett this year, and then they had one in Maryland. And while they didn't place or anything, they're learning a lot of really good skills, and their robot is becoming more active. They brought the robot into the room, and it used its arm to raise up and deliver some 3D printed plaques to the table that the board was sitting at. So it was really neat to see how hard they've worked and just how intelligent they are to be able to piece all of that together. They are looking for not just sponsors for their team, because these robots and their parts are very expensive, but advisors. So if you know folks who have kind of an engineering coding background, they would love to have you come join them when they practice in season and give them some tips as they try to meet the annual challenge that they're given. In action items, we approved the school calendar for next year. So we'll be starting school on August 13th, getting out on May 21st, and pretty typical times for breaks as has been in the previous years. Also approved the course guide for the high school so they can start getting kids registered for classes next year. There are 2 new courses that we've put on there to see if there is interest that would be taught through our current business program, looking to kind of increase the options there. One is medical administration. A lot of our students are interested in working in healthcare, but maybe not the direct interactions with the anatomy pieces of that. So the office administration for the healthcare piece we thought would be something that the students would really like and be really an applicable skill for our area. And along the same lines, just an office administration class. A lot of our students are interested in being office managers or working in an office setting. And so adding that course to our business area there. We had sharing some good news with our literacy test scores in our primary grades, so kindergarten through 3rd grade with the new state assessments. They're tested 3 times a year, beginning, middle, and end. And each time they're tested, the benchmark for those tests is higher. So from beginning of the year to middle of the year, the scores are placed in students that are high risk, moderate risk, or low risk bands. And from the beginning of the year to the middle of the year, we saw a 38% reduction of students who were identified as high risk and a 45% reduction in students who were moderate risk. So we're really excited about that. The teachers are really excited to see those results, and most of all, our students are really happy to have these skills that we're able to really drill down more and see the specific areas that they may be struggling. And in some cases, students are getting 2.5 hours additional instruction a week based on where they score. So it's been a lot of work. It's been a lot of quick work, quick turnaround with the Virginia Literacy Act. But we're really, really proud of where Floyd is. As we go to these meetings, we're sitting about a year ahead of many of our surrounding divisions. So that's a point of pride for us for sure. Brief update on the Herd House, which is the field house that the high school had received some donations for. We were able to secure a metal building that is 10 foot longer than initially planned as a result of the wildfires in California. A company had some made to go out there, and unfortunately, due to their circumstances, they weren't able to take them anymore. So the donations are put to good use, and being able to purchase a building at about half the price of what they had initially hoped. So the high school and our maintenance department is working on hiring a project manager through those donated funds as well. And the building, should take just about 2 or 3 months once it's time and able to be excavated and assembled. So that's good to have that finally moving. Then our big thing really was budget work session. We poured through everything, and last year this time it was not a pretty sight, but we're sitting in a better situation this year for sure. We're waiting on the General Assembly, obviously, but when we're trying to put some things back in, we looking at compensation, we would love to be able to give the 3% as proposed by the state. And so when we look at that and we look at adding back in professional development funds that we had to take out this year. And then, of course, we've had to increase our maintenance and transportation lines just because of the cost of repairs. And then we've got some numbers on some bus purchases, but we're waiting on the General Assembly's numbers to see what that comes back at, as to how many we could possibly add to our fleet. But so we're working on it. It's really just still an early draft at this time because we do anticipate both the House and Senate budgets have about 400,000 additional than what the governor had. So we would love to see that with the support cap increase there and some special ed at-risk funding. So we're just all eyes on Richmond for those exact numbers. And then we had a presentation from Communities in Schools. This particular Communities in Schools organization from the Appalachian Highlands is very active in Southwest Virginia, Northeastern Tennessee, and they provide a lot of support to schools in the form of, attendance support, counseling support, mental health, graduation rates, and that the Communities in Schools are run off donations as well. A lot of times people in their estate planning or corporations will have things set up and it funds kind of a position to work on those areas and support the school in a lot of ways that schools don't have the extra hands to put into some of those initiatives. So a school board just heard a presentation about that. They're interested in visiting some of the schools in Southwest Virginia and seeing how that plays out and if it would be a benefit to join in that endeavor in Floyd. So it was a good meeting, and we're ready for our March meeting. Will be our public hearing on the budget, and by then hopefully we'll have some more numbers. So I know it's kind of odd me being on the phone, so I will be quiet, so there's plenty of time for you to interject any questions that you have.
Right. Glenda, you got anything?
No, I'm good, thank you.
Yuri?
No, thank you for what you're doing and the school board, I'm impressed with those numbers and percentages you were given. You have a right to be proud of that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I echo Jerry's comments. Yeah, pretty amazing all the way around. And again, I know it's not the popular job to have to call, but you have been right on the money with keeping everyone safe and not, just being so your ability to forecast, to allow parents that extra time is so appreciated, and I just wanted you to know I recognize that.
Thank you, Linda. As a parent myself, it definitely helps to know ahead of time what the next day is going to hold.
Absolutely.
Levi, do you have anything?
I wanted to say thank you for the updates and all the hard work that y'all were doing. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you guys. I know you've had a tough road this week too. There's a lot going on, and Mother Nature just kind of adds to it.
Well, I was sure hoping it'd warm up. I went to bed about 2:30 this morning. It was 31. I got up at 6 and it was 34, so it made me feel a little better. So, but we appreciate everything you do and enjoy your extra vacation.
Oh, just like y'all, we're probably going to be out cutting some trees up soon.
I was getting ready to say, you better be careful. They'll give you a chainsaw too.
Yes, sir. Well, thank you all for your support and good luck with the rest of your meeting.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
So we will drop back to approval of the disbursements.
Yes, sir.
Everybody had a chance to look at them?
Yeah.
Any questions or?
Just one jumped out that I don't remember. It's a Bursar office, 22,000.
Took that right out of my mouth.
Newer-
office supplies or?
Extension,
Yeah, extension, right.
the
Tech.
extension,
Extension office.
the extension,
Tech.
Stitching office?
yeah,
Oh,
that's their
okay.
quarterly.
Okay.
I was gonna ask you the same question, so
It just jumped out at me,
grapevines run together.
and I see down below that CLK Construction, is that Clark or, okay. And that was all I had.
Yeah, nothing me. Nope, I'm good. I had my question answered by email, so.
Thank you.
So you got a triple there,
Yeah,
triple hit, so. So I'll take a motion to approve.
so moved.
Second,
All right, on the motion to approve the disbursements as presented, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbuck,
yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes,
Mr. Cox.
Yes.
All right, thank you, and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, thank you for that.
And we have approval of the January 28th meeting minutes. Anybody have any questions or corrections?
I didn't see any.
Neither me.
I'll take a motion to approve.
Also move, motion to approve the January 28th minutes.
second?
On the motion to approve the January 28th, 2025 minutes as presented, Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes,
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes,
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Mr. Cox.
I'll abstain.
Okay, thank you, and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, thank you for that.
Just, here, I'll just leave it in there and I guess you can just stamp it as you did.
Thank you.
That's right. That's right.
Alrighty, I guess that brings us down to where that, you can talk about our
Right.
assessment process.
Yes, so, and, I will say originally, and they still, given that we're a little ahead of schedule, someone might show up, but I had Kim reaches out to all the constitutional officers to offer. I had specifically reached out to the sheriff. In addition, he is actually in a training event today. If, depending how things were going, he was gonna see if Mr. Harris could come, but given all the fun out there, it would be great if he came, but I don't know that any of us are counting on that. And he didn't guarantee, he just said if he's available, so. And then, as I mentioned earlier, Lisa Baker had, also hoped to come, but she let us know yesterday she was feeling under the weather. So she was hoping, but, haven't heard back, so I think that's a no. So if I'm not, Mr. Chairman, so there's kind of two pieces that I have. And one, if I might start, is the item that, Lisa was gonna talk to you about. And I'm hoping it's in your board packet, that we put it in, this morning, I think last night or this morning, about the park model homes.
Yeah.
And so if it's all right with you, Ms. Chair, I'll
Yes.
start with that and then go to the assessment question. And this, as it suggests, is just kind of a background for you all about what is going on. At some point, you may be asked to make a decision about this, but that is not my purpose today. My purpose today is to give a little bit more background on a subject that has become very complicated. And so wanted you all to be aware, and then as you all ponder, then you can decide what, if any, instruction you want to provide in the future. So I started this little like 2-page thing about, first of all, what is a park model home? I have to admit that was a term of art that I was not familiar with 3 weeks ago. So went out and did some research myself, and Mo, who's been running our assessment here, and I have spent a lot of time talking, and I've done some additional research and talked to Lisa and Steve quite a bit, mostly at the end of last week as well. And as it states here, of course, there technically in the state of Virginia is not a legal definition of a park mobile home. There is a definition of a manufactured home, which is different. and you'll see that later. But essentially, it is currently classified as a type of recreational vehicle, similar to an RV or a trailer or something like that. It generally has wheels and an axle when it is produced, and so that's part of why it falls under that category of recreational vehicle. It's generally 400 square feet or less. A lot of the ones we have in the county are exactly 400 square feet, has no motor, and can be driven down or towed down a US interstate road. So, and a lot of them that are showing up here look like tiny homes that are log homes. And we have a couple of folks who have been selling those and also encouraging placements on their properties. So that's part of why this has started to come up. And I fielded some calls the end of last week myself with some taxpayers who were unhappy about how their assessment and their bills were looking, so that's why I wanted to bring this to you. It is very understandable why there is confusion on this issue. You'll see at the end of that first section there that Wingate has their own kind of little guide for their staff, and so what I picked up in there is what they define a park unit to be, which is a specialty unit primarily for recreational use, and are described as somewhere between recreational vehicle and a single section home. Why this is so confusing is because the things that we all know of as a manufactured home are actually something that has to be approved and is controlled by HUD, the Department of Housing and Urban Development. And so that legislation that was put in decades ago has particular standards, and all those standards assume that this is a permanent home. And so as a result of that, for something to be a legal manufactured home, you'll see in there about the sizes and all of those. But the key is, of course, that they're supposed to have a red HUD tag on them. And that lets the purchaser know that that is something that is technically a manufactured home and can be placed as such. Since we started having manufactured homes, people started making these park model homes. They are not governed by HUD or any other federal or state structure in Virginia. And I'll go back to why I say just in Virginia. There is an industry association, the Recreational Vehicle Industry Association, that has standards. And so generally folks that manufacture these keep to those standards and then put their own tag on it, but it's different than the HUD tag. And so the standards for these are a little bit different because technically these are designed to be semi-permanent as opposed to permanent. And so when they came out originally, they were marketed as second homes and that kind of thing. But given what's been going on in the housing market nationally, people are starting to use them as their primary residences. And of course, the folks that make these park model homes, they sell that difference as additional flexibility, so you can do more design things than you can with a HUD-approved manufactured home. But in reality, it also has the additional impact, which is what brings it to you all's attention, of it still shows up as personal property. And so as you know, there's in every community a gap between what the rate is, a millage rate that's applied for real estate as opposed to personal property. And so that's why this is coming up. So,
And she's at work.
okay,
I don't know if that,
okay.
she's at work, so we can call her.
Okay, we'll do that, yeah, we'll do that. So Lisa was just saying we could call her, so as soon as I finish this, maybe we can call Lisa and get hers, and thank you for that. So as you all know, if you have a manufactured home, you can surrender the title, do some paperwork at the commissioner's office and make some modifications, take off the wheels, et cetera, put on a
Right.
skirt, and it becomes real estate. In this case, at least in Virginia, there is no, it does not appear there's any provision to allow that.
May I?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the park models that I've seen are sold by RV dealers. Do they require a license to be affixed when you're towing them.
Do they require?
Like
They
a
have
tag.
to, they have to get something to be able to tow them. I don't remember exactly what it is, but there is some requirement to be able to bring them in.
Right, cause when you're towing a manufactured home,
Right.
you don't need a tag.
Right.
So that would be pretty much a deciding factor for me.
Yeah, and do these have a title?
So they have a bill of sale, and that is what, for the most part, the assessment folks are using to set a value on a brand new one.
Right,
And-
so,
and to
so
get a-
there is no title from the Department of Motor Vehicle.
That is stuff that when we get Lisa on the phone,
Right.
I would like her or Mo to clarify.
Okay,
But
Because it's a
it's-
trailer.
But I just.
correct.
Yes, but generally speaking, particularly in Virginia, it is still this very interesting gray area. And in having conversations with Mo about what is happening in other states, and I have pulled up the legislation, so Maine has been pretty active in this, partly because I believe they have a pretty significant manufacturer.
I know when I got my double wide, I was told, take the wheels off and under, put it on a permanent foundation, it becomes real estate. And I had to turn the titles in. I'm wondering on these tiny houses, good morning, Steve.
Good morning.
I got one in my neighborhood.
Uh-huh.
They pulled it in, and I'm pretty sure they put it on a permanent foundation, and they use it, I think, for a bed and breakfast.
Uh-huh.
Well, I don't know if you call it a bed and breakfast, but he's got a
Some
little
type of
cabin or so.
rental
Yeah,
of some
Yeah,
sort.
he rents them out.
Right, and so I think if you don't mind, we'll give Lisa a call here real quick,
I have one more question.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, Jerry.
Sorry,
Manufactured homes, you can get a home loan for, and the park models you cannot.
that you are beyond in my,
Yes.
thank you for that added information.
I think that's
Um,
it's more of an
So
auto
where
loan.
does the name come from?
It's a brand site.
So it's a brand
It's a
name?
selling, yeah.
Park Model Homes is a brand name.
It's a
It's-
branding,
It's a
like,
yes,
Yes.
it's
Okay, so it's
branding, it's not
branding.
necessarily like as opposed Whirlpool as opposed to LG kind of
Gotcha,
branding.
so is the person who's building them here in our county calling them Park
I'll show.
Model
I'll
Homes,
try
do you know?
I'll try not to knock your.
Well, where we're having a lot of confusion is this, that they can, and I won't speak to the particular people who are selling in Floyd, but where the confusion is that some folks, when they purchase them, are not necessarily aware that they're not gonna be viewed as a manufactured home.
Okay,
So that's causing them problems, cause they show up here, and some of the people I've talked to have actually showed up in a neighboring county that has zoning,
Right.
and they've been told they can't set them up there.
Mhm.
So makes it even more complicated. So are they manufactured home or not? People don't necessarily know. They know they get a bill of sale, but that's it. Then sometimes, to your point, sometimes they're just referred to as tiny homes. But there's more than one type of a tiny home. The type of tiny home that Mark will inspect is a stick-built tiny home and is subject to all those type of regulations. But these are also being called a subset of tiny home, and again, creates more confusion for people who are just trying to find an affordable 400 square foot place to live.
right.
but they're not subject to building code, these park models,
Right, cause they're still technically an RV.
correct?
Now, and this is not suggesting a solution of any sort, just to let you know that there is a little bit of movement around this. About 2-3 years ago, Maine actually defined this in their code and then had particular provisions about how it could be utilized,
The
but
state did.
the state did.
State of Maine.
The organization lobbied the state legislature, who then passed legislation recognizing this, and in that, they actually do call it a park model home, but they lay out the requirements about it. And they basically, Steve, so you know, they took the manufactured home legislation and just in several places added park model home.
Huh.
So that's how they've addressed it. And so the reason I just wanted you all to be aware, and again, we'll get Steve here now and reach out to to Lisa and thank you, Mr. Craig, for coming in, appreciate it. But the reason it's coming up is because, of course, when these folks are seeing their bills because it's personal property, as you know, it's valued at a pretty significant rate the first year against your personal property tax rate. But then it quickly depreciates. So in 10 years, what they will be paying will be extremely little. What they're paying this year is very sizable. And so that's what's causing people to have some anxiety about it. And again, a lot of the folks that are doing this, at least the ones I've talked to, are older, on fixed income, and so it's been challenging for them. And I figured somebody was gonna start reaching out to you, because between Lisa and Mo, they think there's probably 30 to 40 of these already in the county. And they are continuing to be sold. So the numbers are only gonna increase. Mo and I have talked a little bit about how they understand they're being treated in other areas, and Lisa's done some of her own research, which I will let her share with you. But if it's all right, Mr. Chairman, I'll let the
ones
attorney,
I've seen that'd be ideal for elderly couples on limited income.
and that's who's been calling me, and I don't.
The current practice, I don't know if you've, and forgive me if I'm sort of coming into it halfway,
That's
but
just fine.
the,
Do you want us to get Lisa on the phone too to hear what you have to say?
we
Whatever
can,
you-
that's fine. I guess I didn't know if you've gotten there yet as far as what the current practice is, but we can,
Just kind of laying out that there's a problem or there's a concern. I don't know if it's a problem, there's a concern. And so you are gonna be likely hearing about this if you haven't already. And so Steve and Lisa and I have had some conversations.
Is Maine one of the Commonwealth states as well?
I don't think
No.
I don't believe so.
I
Pennsylvania.
don't think so. It was
Kentucky.
clearly a,
Kentucky,
industry lobby
Virginia,
effort.
and Massachusetts. There's
Massachusetts,
four of us.
and then Louisiana's got their own,
Well,
they got their own.
They're not
thing.
even, yeah,
they're their own thing.
yeah, they've got their own.
They got that cake.
Yeah, there's four of us.
Mhm.
I think you're right.
Massachusetts,
Yeah.
Kentucky, Virginia,
That means you're from Lisa.
yeah, four of us.
I'm not sure if it's Massachusetts or Maine.
Yeah, no, Commonwealth of Massachusetts, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, try 745-9345.
9345.
Try that.
Do you have any ice over your lot?
You've reached the Floyd County Commissioner.
Power went out at my
Okay.
place
Please stay on the
about
line.
7:00
Oh, who's that voice?
and
He's the Mr.
went
Answer.
off.
Ever since.
They're saying maybe tomorrow night we'll come back on.
Well, it seemed like at 11 p.m. on the 14th is the date for
It's
everybody.
a match everybody.
She's at
Yeah.
home and
So you're out.
six.
She's, apparently she came in.
And her cell's not working.
Propane, rain, so that's what's been heating the house. Hot water
She's
tank,
here, could she come over?
held it just enough so that I could get a shower
Get a
this morning.
shower,
Cold
right.
baths, them cold baths is.
It was 58 degrees in the house when I got up.
But the power is out at
It'll
the
heat back
village
up
green.
with them.
Power's on the village green.
And then
Seems
when
like
I
that's
was
true.
going overnight, thought somebody watching it, but
cut out.
Well,
I got my truck backed up to the deck with my generator sitting there ready to go.
so, Mr. Chair, it looks like we're having problems getting a hold of Lisa, so if it's all right to let Steve give you a little bit more, and basically I've just shared what was in that document I sent to you.
okay.
No further than that.
So it's sort of a new creature. In the past, when we've discussed it, it's really been an issue of like a mobile home that has it's defined in the code. And so it's something that we know how to do. It's black and white. It's personal property unless and until you attach it, take the wheels off, surrender the title to the DMV. At that point, it can be taxed as real estate.
Right.
Here, there's not a specific procedure in the code for these park model homes. So I guess the question in my mind is, what has been the assessor's practice? It seems to me, if I was an assessor, that if the wheels have been removed and it's permanently affixed, it should be assessed and taxed as realty.
Right, but there's no title to give up.
There's no clear procedure for
Right.
that. It's more of a judgment call and reasonable minds can differ, although I think the stronger argument is once it's permanently attached,
Agreed.
it's realty.
Does
As
it,
long as it's no longer mobile, in other words.
Well said, yeah.
does
Yeah.
it need to meet any building code standards then, if it's gonna be considered as a dwelling? As opposed to an RV,
I think that's a different question than the tax
okay,
issue, but yeah, and that would be,
cause then you're considering, you know, an illegal, potentially an illegal structure.
potentially, I guess and I haven't gone through the building code and I don't know what the particulars are of
Right.
these
Structures.
structures.
Right.
So I don't know if they would meet building code independently,
Right,
whether they've got, you know, enough
Well,
clearance
Right.
and adequate studs and et
Right.
cetera.
On the mobile homes, you know, pre-76, you know, you can still live in it as long as you don't move it.
right,
Once you discontinue use, you can move it to a scrapyard, but you can't move it to another site and set up because of the electrical
right.
qualifications.
So my concern
So-
would be, yeah,
That's where I'm going.
yeah,
If these don't meet certain electrical standards, to me, they're no different than those.
That's something I was gonna say, I know one that when they set it down, AEP would not hook up to it because the wiring in it was not heavy enough to carry the load that they wanted.
Huh.
So they basically had to rewire it before Abco would hook up to it.
So there's a,
And it may be that if someone's occupying it and it doesn't meet the building code, I mean, it might just have to be enforced the same way you would if someone did a stick built
Right.
that was
Right.
not
right.
up to code and issue a
So,
notice.
right. I just worry about
Of
getting in the
deficiency.
conundrum of accepting something as a building that doesn't meet code and, you know, encouraging people to get into that lane of not meeting code and getting red tagged because they're trying to fix the property issue.
Well, they're
Personal
trying to get a
property versus-
reduced
Well,
tax versus, you know, over the
Right.
tax money. But then what's it gonna cost them to upgrade it to a
Correct.
permanent structure?
So
I
I think-
think what they're doing, see, your mobile homes, your double wides and your houses and all, is a certain code for the wiring and stuff.
Right.
These sort of things is probably like a camping trailer.
right, like an
You know,
RV,
that-
yeah.
That's how they're built. They're built to be long-term RV park.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is
Right,
that
they're
when
not
they
built to the
build
same
them,
standard.
the electrical is built like a camping trailer
Right,
where you run it on a generator and you don't need all this big wiring.
right.
And some of this is gonna be case by case because somebody might buy one like that and wanna hook up to utilities and use it just in the summer.
Right.
But they've not permanently fixed it, you know, it may be, in that case, you're taxing it as personal property.
Well, it sounds to me like we are opening a bigger can of worms
Yeah.
of allowing this to classify as a permanent structure than we would if we just left it alone and let it qualify as personal property. And I'm not money hungry after the taxes, I'm just looking at the big picture of the
Right.
whole thing. It looks to me like we're opening a big can of worms that's gonna create problems for building inspections, APCO, everybody.
I mean, APCO is a line of defense for us right now, as you stated, Joe, that if they can't hook up to the power, they have to upgrade to receive a utility. And that is a safeguard that,
And that's either way, whether it's personal, whether we tax it as
Correct.
personal property or
Correct.
permanent.
Yeah, and so right now, I don't think you need to change your ordinance to address the tax issue right now.
right?
Because there is state code on point for mobile homes. And really, it's up to the real estate assessor to determine, and the Commissioner of Revenue's office to make a determination whether this is personal property or real property. And whether it's meets building code is a separate issue.
Correct.
And then, I don't know if it's appropriate to segue into the addressing issue, but as far as our addressing ordinance.
Right.
The way it is now.
The way it is now, it's, it's issued if you've got a foundation and you've got a inspected site.
I guess now that we've ventured into this arena, what is the septic issues with many of these park model homes?
So my understanding is where they are currently physically located in the county is a mix. And that's also making it a little more challenging. Some of them are being placed on leased property
Okay.
in something that looks a whole lot like a mobile home park. So, and we have 2 of those that it appears that they might be in. In addition, yes. And in addition to that, though, in talking to Lisa, those are not the only ones. And some folks are putting them on property that they own, which again kind of complicates it. That they're just putting them standalone out wherever. And so the answer to your question is it depends a lot on where they're being located. And again.
The standalone ones, are they doing a septic system?
Well, they don't come through this office,
Right,
so
well, that's what I'm
I
saying, that
don't-
would be
I
through
don't
the
know.
health department,
Right, that's not,
Yeah, I get it,
that wouldn't
but
be on our side, but.
yeah, so it's a very gray conundrum all the way
it's
around.
a slippery slope.
And so it's,
And
if someone, I wanted you all to know, and then if I might see, just because these phone calls become very complicated very quickly. So I wanted you all to be aware when these folks start calling you, there's a long list of things that kind of are specifics.
so a concern that could be on the horizon that you've alluded to is that if I put in a mobile home park, I guess manufactured housing park is what they call it now, but if I put in we'll call it a mobile home park. And it's subdivided, governed by the mobile home park subdivision ordinance. If it's rental, then I'm governed by the Virginia Mobile Home Lot Rental Act, which requires certain standards, and the individual tenants can bring a suit to enforce it and get damages and deducted from their rent, and there's a number of remedies. The question I'm wondering is, if someone puts in a development like a mobile home lot rental park, but it's not mobile homes, not manufactured housing, it's actually,
Park model.
it's park model, is there a donut hole there? So it may be, if that becomes an issue or grows as an issue, we may have to consider whether there's the authority to adopt some individual analog to the Lot Rental Act, just based on the county's general authority under 15.2 or some other general health, safety, welfare statute to try to address that.
And if I might real quick, we just got Lisa's on this phone, so just wanted you all to know that she's also available and stuff, so just.
So the way, my experience with these park model homes is, it's like KOA campgrounds with these park models, long-term rental, long-term rentals or temporary rentals, you can do either one. So would it fall more under a campground restriction ordinance rather than a mobile home park?
Possibly, we kind of have to see what the problems are.
Right.
And I haven't done a deep dive as far as what, what's on the books,
Yeah.
as far as campgrounds.
Okay.
Yeah, because this, where I know this is at, I was told they was looking to put in a campground. So I'm wondering if he's not gonna take his land and put, just heaver scaver all over the place. Yeah.
It's possible.
Yeah.
But if he doesn't have proper septic and water, that could be a way to enforce without additional legislation from you all. it's something we'll have to,
Spend some time on it.
it may be
Yeah.
whack-a-mole for a while.
Right,
Is this
That's
something
about
we-
what it's getting now.
Is this something we need our state legislators to look into and?
maybe get Vaco on it too,
Good luck.
I think it's
I don't know,
yeah.
we'll have better
It's
luck through
not a
that.
bad
Vaco,
idea to bring this to Vaco. I
Yeah.
haven't seen anything come through on like the LGA listserv on this particular
Yeah.
issue.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, there was, I think, a question for the commissioner, or if you just wanted to hear, and Lisa, just, good morning, sorry, this is Linda Millsaps, and, so I've kind of walked through the document that I sent to you and Mr. Durbin earlier, and I made the, suggestion, made the change that you suggested. And, Steve's kind of walked in the middle of that, so he's provided some insight, but I think the question that was kind of asked that maybe Steve and I aren't the right people to answer is what is the current treatment of those, I think that's what you were asking.
Yeah, what is the current practice? Is there a standard in place?
Right now, we do have one that is legally titled on the Virginia DMV. So that's
Really?
gonna be picked up exactly like an RV.
Really?
The rest of them, they're built in North Carolina and then being brought to Virginia, so they're not being titled through Virginia, but they do have a title in North Carolina.
Can they get a Virginia title if they surrender the North Carolina one?
I think Steve and Mark Bolt, we had dealt with another issue of that one of the other areas that they needed to actually get them titled here in Virginia.
Right,
Just like buying a car, if you bought it in North Carolina, you would just title it in Virginia.
right.
I checked with some of the other localities. Carroll County taxes them as personal property at the personal property rate. Checked with Montgomery County. Montgomery County, they do them as personal property, but at the real estate rate, just like you would a mobile home. Pulaski County, I checked with them. They're taxing them as personal property, but at the real estate rate.
No
And
sense.
sort of across the
Yeah,
board,
okay.
that's why I wanted to come to y'all to make sure, because some of these values that's come back from the assessors, majority of the price is like $74,000.
That's what their cost is.
If you do that times the personal property rate, you're looking over $2,000 just in a personal property tax bill that they're gonna get.
Right, but by the time 10 years rolls around, they're paying next to nothing.
Right, because you depreciate it down like you would a vehicle. But if you switch them to real estate, your value is gonna stay more.
Are these
I
permanently?
spoke with, sorry.
Go ahead.
I spoke with Page County, and Page County, they are going to actually redo their building and zoning. So it's evidently it's an issue all over the whole state of how to get these and how to tax them correctly. What they're doing, they're currently, our building, it says currently the building and zoning department does not require a building permit, only zoning permit is obtained. Excuse me. A building permit is required if the park model has an attached deck. So they're going to change their thing to make sure they're assessed as real estate. So over time, you don't lose value.
But my questions are to help direct what we consider it. How is it insured? Is it insured through vehicle insurance or homeowner's insurance?
Right, that's a good question.
Because that, that would determine what it's how you would consider it.
Yeah,
And how do you get a loan for it? Because that just reinforces that decision.
Is it through a vehicle loan or a home loan?
yeah, because some RVs can be financed and you can receive homeowner's insurance on them,
Right.
Some models,
some of them.
right?
That'd be a question for the individual's insurance company.
Correct.
For your current practice, does it matter if the wheels have been taken off and it's been, for lack of a better word, permanently attached to the real
Permanent foundation.
property, or is it, where's the dividing line, or is it all just personal property right now?
We're all personal property right now.
And
So-
that's what they said too, the assessors.
So even if it's been wheels taken off and attached to a permanent foundation, hooked up with utilities, it's still being assessed as personal property.
So then you're,
Yeah, the list that the reassessment team brought back to us, this general reassessment, there's 26 that we're picking up brand new, that they've picked up out in the field as park models.
Those are brand new.
They're
How many older ones between our last assessment and this one?
Let's see, there's just a couple of older ones. There's a 2012 and a 2019, and then there's one for questionable about the year. But all the others are 2024s.
But the key to,
Clinda's
So
been trying to get in for the
Yeah, go
last
ahead.
5 minutes.
by that definition, if it's wheels off on a foundation, it's now a building, or is that correct?
No, she's saying it's personal property.
So then that value of that personal property should not show up on the property taxes, the property assessment. Because it's not a building, it's a vehicle,
because it's personal property.
correct?
Yeah.
So then that building would have, that home would have no assessment value.
See,
Which I think is why, if I might, the paperwork is coming back from them. Now, when I talked to Maurice again a little bit the other day about this, he kind of saw the one area where there's maybe some distinction is, and I think Ms. Bechtold would be aware that some of these come with a porch on them. And
Right,
that doesn't change anything, but some people are buying the ones without a porch or with a small porch. And then they're building a structure around that, and that makes it even grayer.
but that
are they
doesn't-
pulling a permit to do that building?
well,
That was a conversation here, not with Mark, so.
but see, and you gotta buy, there's a distinct difference between a mobile home and a manufactured home. A manufactured home is ones like Moducraft builds.
Correct.
And you haul out in 2 sections. For whatever reason, somewhere along the line, somebody decided they didn't like the term trailer, so they call it a mobile home. That's fine. But even a trailer, and I'm gonna use the old term, you bring it in, you put your foundation blocks up, you tie it down, you put your underpinning under it, for all intents and purposes, it's locked down. It's still personal property unless you give up the title.
You have
No.
to take the wheels out.
Well, yeah, you take the tire wheels, the rims and all off of it, but all the other mechanisms still under it.
I had to pull the axles too.
Well,
But you've got the choice to surrender that title and
but
have it be real estate.
that's where I'm going.
Yeah.
Does Virginia recognize, in other words, can these people that on the ones that's manufactured in North Carolina with a title, when they bring it up here, can they get a title to it through Virginia? That's question one. And do they have to? Because they already have a title to it, and that title qualifies it as personal property. Doesn't matter whether it came from North Carolina or Timbuktu. So it's still personal property, even if they put it on foundation, build a deck around it or whatever.
Right.
Unless they give up that title, then that's the ones that have titles. Now, when you're getting into the ones that has to have a bill of sale, that is no different than the little place out here on Route 8. It's got the little sheds that you buy to put your garden tractors and stuff in. How do they classify them? Like if I go buy one and I set it up next to my garden and I use it, is that now a structure that is assessed with real estate? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So it depends on, to me, the breaking point is if it's got a title and you don't give it up, it's still assessed as personal property. If you've got just a bill of sale, you set it up just like those other little buildings, then that should be assessed under the real estate. Now, the living part, that's a building inspection, that's a health department, but I'm just talking about from the tax purposes. It looks to me like there's a distinction between the two.
What do you think, Lisa?
Yeah, I mean, it's a very concerning issue because a lot of these people are using this as their home. So we definitely want to make sure for the tax rate that they're making this their home. But we can check with Mo and just see if these people do surrender their titles. That's something that, but like you said, there's going to be so many steps that's going to have to mark off, because if somebody comes into our office regarding like a mobile home, they say they want to make it real part of the real estate, and of course that has to lose its identity. So we do send that out with the assessors in the fall when we do our new construction process. They determine that at that time if the identity has lost for it to become real estate.
Right.
But that's what I'm saying, the distinction is there,
Yeah, but if we don't have title,
then it's classified as a real
Because-
estate building.
because if you don't have a title to surrender,
It's another structure, just like a shed or
a barn,
whether somebody's living in it or not for tax purposes
Correct.
doesn't, to me, doesn't matter.
so it
As
is an
far as-
outbuilding
Yeah.
as such, it
it's an
becomes an
outbuilding.
outbuilding.
Now, as far as building inspections and health department, that's a whole nother realm.
Now, some of the outbuildings that we have in this county have been assessed pretty high because they are really nice outbuildings.
Right.
I mean, there are some outbuildings that you could live in. And some people do,
Then
I
some of
know,
the,
I well know,
some of the real estate cards have cabins attached to them.
correct.
but
I mean, I built something 43 years ago that, I don't know what you would call it now. I mean, it's on a permanent foundation, and it's a cabin, and it's a shed, and it's a shop, but we lived in it for 10 years. But it was taxed as real estate.
right. Well, that's what I'm saying, that to me, there's already a distinction. If you just got a bill of sale, then that's taxed as real estate, if you put it down. If it's got a title, if you want it taxed as real estate, you have to surrender the title.
But we're saying that you don't have these things getting titles, though. That's the problem. Isn't that the crux of part of the issue?
Well,
Seems to me like we're just going in
Mr. Chair,
circles.
if I might ask kind of to answer your
Yeah.
question. So, Lisa, the lady, I don't know if you remember, we talked about early this week, late last week?
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, they had called me and you were able to look hers up. So I think hers had actually come from either she or the building came from Pennsylvania and the other one was from Ohio, so whichever of those it was. And she's the one that had gone to Pulaski first and ended up over here, if that kind of rings a bell. And so what she had shared with me is that she had essentially treated it as a manufactured home. She'd had somebody come in, take off the wheels, take off the axles, and dispose of them. So they didn't leave them. I mean, she doesn't have any easy way to convert it and drive off. And her discussion with me, but maybe she misheard you, is that it was gonna be taxed as or recognized as personal property. And that was kept causing her concern, but maybe she didn't, because I know the two of you spoke as well, so maybe there's more to that story.
It's not
Yeah,
only,
the one that the Wingate and them had brought back, that one, she's got the underpinning under it, and it's got steps added in. It's one of the ones that's got a porch at the end. But it's listed on the form, and it would be picked up as personal property. It was not attached to the real estate, because she doesn't own this land. It's actually rents the lot.
and you also
It's
got
personal
that,
property.
The one that I'm talking, the one that I spoke with, she just rents the lot. She don't own the land.
it's not only the axles and the wheels, the tongue has to come off too.
And there's one extra level of complexity, cause as we've been talking about this, I've been looking up the definition of manufactured home. Cause it's very, it's very clear, if you have a manufactured home, you can choose to surrender that title, you can choose to make it part of the real estate. And you can decide what's better for you. But the problem is, the definition of manufactured home means a structure subject to federal regulation, which is transportable in one or more sections, is 8 body feet or more in width and 40 body feet or more in length in traveling mode, or is 320 or more square feet when erected on site. Is built on a permanent chassis, is designed to be used as a single-family dwelling with or without a permanent foundation when connected to the required utilities, and includes plumbing, heating, air conditioning, etc. So there are a number of ways that what we're talking about might not meet that. Permanent chassis, I'm not sure.
This is a.
320 square feet.
And that is mobile home, not manufactured.
Manufactured home.
Yeah, manufactured home. This is in the write-up that I
But you
Okay.
double
go
up
back
single
and look.
wides and everything.
Yeah.
Mobile home distinction under HUD, as I understand it, really has to do with the age. So if it's the break point is 1976, and at that point, there were some changes in legislation, and so from that moment forward.
Double wide, single wide can both be a manufactured home.
Correct. Then we have the modular, which becomes a different issue.
Well, you called it a manufactured home, not a mobile home.
That's just an age difference.
Manufactured home
Right.
is the.
And
It is the term now.
yes,
Right.
ma'am, it is, you're exactly right, that's the term now, and what Steve read to you is the exact definition in the Code of Virginia.
Right.
So the challenge is, of course, there is no corresponding definition of a park model home in the Code of Virginia. And
Right.
that's what's making this really
Jenny's
challenging.
and Richards are classified as modular homes. They got 4 2x6 studdings,
Right.
rafters, whole 9 yards. Mine's a manufactured because I bought it in '78.
Right.
It's got the 2-inch studs. Every time I remodel something, I have to change all the studs out of it.
Yeah. And your house wouldn't necessarily be inspected by the building inspector.
Right.
Where the other house you mentioned would. That's the distinction. So, well, as you can see, between all of us, this is a conundrum.
Yeah, it
So
is.
I did wanna make sure for Lisa's benefit, and this I feel confident is gonna start floating up through the process here. And again, even if you all, even if it stays as personal property and is taxed at the personal property rate, you will definitely hear about that. The person that I spoke to said her bill was, according to her, gonna be about $2,200 for her park model
Well,
home.
how
But
do
then
you-
again, to your earlier point,
Yeah, I mean.
10 years from now,
she
it'll
pays
be very
nothing.
little.
Yeah, she can pay.
So in
But they
that,
don't know that, so
in that
that's what's
situation that
challenging.
you illustrated where it's on rental property,
Mhm.
then that would be treated the same as, say, a condo down at the beach.
Correct.
In other words, you would assess the real estate value on the home. It would go to that person, not the property owner, which to me is the same thing as a condo situation at the beach. You go down there, you buy a condo, they erect those big buildings. Well, individual people actually own in that condo. Who's responsible for, well, I know one that works that way. Who's responsible for, you'd have to bill the person, her, for the real estate, right? For the home or whatever you want to call it. And then the person that is being rented from, then that's an improvement on that property. Wouldn't that be a double whammy there, kinda?
I'm not sure how that would
Yeah.
work in that situation. In a condo, the common elements are assessed against the HOA.
Right.
And the individual unit is assessed, everyone pays taxes on their individual unit, cause they own that,
They own that unit.
yeah.
So in this instance, this person would actually own the unit, but everybody else would be owning the property, so there'd be two tax assessments for that one.
That's the same thing as a mobile home park. If you rent a lot of mobile home places, just rents throughout, and then you
Right.
put your mobile home on.
Right,
Personal property.
Yeah.
Yeah.
right.
Well, and again, this is a growing challenge because we have the folks that are putting them on property they own. And so that you're seeing more and more of that. Both of the places where you can do exactly as you were suggesting, right? One is kind of being built for that purpose. And the other one is a place that's been converted because of some other issues. There's only about 3 of those. I checked with Mark, and there's only about 3 down there now. But it is our understanding that it is their intention to be continuing to bring these up. And so it will be more than 3 next year.
If I ain't mistaken, Ramsey started off like that. They owned the
district
land
is
and
this
the
in?
lots, you rented the lot, moved your mobile home in. You got mad at them, you just hooked up your mobile home, go somewhere else.
The people who own the land, I think they've got more of a choice.
Yes.
Cause I think at some point, they can convince the commissioner and probably the county attorney that it's real estate. And at some point, it's gonna clearly be personal property. So they can kind of choose by how they set up their property, how
Yeah,
they're gonna get taxed.
I believe if I bought one, I would check with my insurance company first and see what they classified it as.
It's a good thought.
yeah, buyer beware,
And
check your insurance, check the building official,
I'm gonna get shot for this,
Uh-oh.
but,
sheriff's here to protect you.
well, it's kinda like my
He might be the
my
shooter.
Kevin dumpster comment years ago that people quit talking to me about.
Oh.
If we leave it as personal property, it's kinda discouraging it, isn't it?
At first,
The one that is titled in Virginia, the make on it actually says RV trailer, and the body says park trailer.
Trailer.
That's like
Levi.
trailer.
Repeat,
Levi, have you got any questions? Comments? Or did you get discouraged and hung up?
Hold on, it's not on speaker.
Hello? Yeah, we can.
Yeah, we got you now.
Yeah. At this point, I'm just trying to just take it all in. I think there's a lot to discuss, but I'll hold my comments for now.
Clear as mud, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, well, there's just, a lot to probably talk about on that. I'll just hold out for now. Thank you.
Okay.
smart.
All right. Mr. Chair, if I might interrupt our flow here for just a second, if we're done with this issue, before we get to the sheriff, and maybe we're not done with this issue.
I just wanted to ask Lisa, I mean, I always look to you for a certain level of expertise on these matters. What is your gut telling you?
Well, but like I said, after speaking with some of the other ones, it's personal property. We definitely know that because it is gonna, if they title them here in Virginia, they would definitely be titled as personal property. Like me having a camper, it would be, that would be bid for the personal property rate.
Right.
Because if not, you're gonna have to set up other protocols for them to go through, like Mark and building official, for it to lose its identity.
So actually, if I was gonna buy one, I should check with you the building inspector, and my insurance company.
Yep, I would suggest the same, yes. Yep. But people don't do that.
And as you pointed out, you'd be ready those first couple of years.
Most of these, has been picked up during the general reassessment because I don't have anything come through my office as far as a building permit or anything to a title through DMV, so they were picked up during the general reassessment.
Right. So there'd be a lag potentially
Exactly.
of these new ones coming in unless you
Until the
had
next-
one of your workers go out to their place of residence or leasing of land to double check with photographs and get the yearly assessor or monthly or however that goes to
They
keep
go out every fall.
every fall, right, to check on it.
Right.
Which is just another thing to have to keep in your hat.
They're not pulling a building permit for anything.
No, they're not.
It's probably personal
Yeah.
property.
That's what I'm getting at.
And if they don't title them in Virginia, they're not downloading from DMV.
they are.
Right.
Oh, they'll find out when they go to apply with
I'll read that
APCO
when you get it.
and septic and all that. It'll rarity it then.
Yeah.
When y'all finish, as Brian comes up, I wanna read Kevin's email.
Y'all keep going.
No rush.
Maybe you have a solution.
No, this is about a 30-second if I can get my throat to stay put.
But that's my opinion, do it as personal property, and then if they happen to have a title, they surrender it,
Just
go through the process, but
as long as we make sure if it's being taxed as personal property, that it's not showing up on the
Right.
real property assessment.
Just
as a value
something
there.
that we need to get more information on and take up at a later date and figure out what we're going to do.
It's a fluid situation.
It is fluid, and if it's all right with you all, to the earlier comments, maybe those of us that interact a lot with VACO and
Yep.
let Katie know this is coming and it's making our lives challenging out here.
Absolutely.
well, and also Lisa can with the commissioner organization too, I believe, if you would. Maybe y'all can get together and put a presentation or something together and send to Dean and their organization.
I'm game if you are, Miss Baker.
Okay.
Thank you, Lisa.
All right, thank you, feel better.
Thank you. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you.
Bye, Lisa.
Bye-bye.
And
For those people that is fortunate enough to be on YouTube or whatever we're doing, this is from Emergency Management this morning. It says, we will be opening 2 warming centers today at 11 a.m. till 3 p.m. at the fire and fire stations. Station 1 fire at 143 Acres Avenue, Floyd, Virginia. Station 2 fire at 187 Firehouse Road, Willis, Virginia. The Floyd County DSS will be manning the sites. Bring your electrical devices for charging and containers for water. If you plan to shower, please bring your own towels and supplies. And I just turn myself off here. Please help get this word out if you know some neighbors or something that don't have communications at this time, if you'll pass the word on to them. And that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you.
At least they can get that out a little bit more, so.
another, what is the town and county side of it, the town and city side of the, you got VACO, what's the other one? I lost it.
VML.
VML.
VML,
You
yep.
may wanna reach out to somebody on that too, because I'm sure that, the counties are not the only ones that are seeing this.
Yeah, we've been talking about by right housing
Yeah,
at VACO, and
yeah.
this is sort of scooting in the back door.
Yeah, but maybe get somebody with DML or.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right,
Well, good.
Sheriff.
Thank you.
Are y'all sure?
Oh, yeah, you coming with good news, we need good news.
We're through where they wanna be or not.
Not all messed all up. Very interesting. Glad I'm in the law enforcement side. Well, good morning, everybody. Just, here's an update of things like usual here. In December, we had a deputy graduate from the academy, Deputy Chrissy Struthers. Happy to have her out. Currently, we have Deputy Jeremy Hassel actually. He's currently in the academy, he'll graduate in June. I got some bad news this week. Sarah West came to me and said she'll be resigning at the end of the month from animal control. She's got some good opportunities, so she's looking forward to that, so we're gonna miss her. So we've got that position open and posted for a civilian animal control officer. Let's see here, currently we're also working on the budget. We started looking into that. There's really only two things. It seems like animal control is gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be fine other than the backside of the 6% raise, which would be 3% this year from the governor's budget last year, which will, look at that, so we'll be asking for the 3% raise, and also the Floyd Elementary School Resource Officer position grant was I guess terminated. We can no longer get extensions on that. So we'll be asking to cover that. That is a grant, I guess a match grant if you will, to where the county already put some money towards that. In order to cover the salary, just the salary range of what we're looking at, we're probably gonna be asking, it looks like it's gonna be around $28,200, give or take. That's a rough estimate on that.
Is that additional to what we're already paying?
Correct.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure.
Correct.
Yep.
So it's about half of, what that is there. That's just the salary side.
So that's salary not including benefits.
Correct,
Costs
that's
associated with
just
it.
our side that we would look at. I'd have to kind of defer to Kim to see how to do the math on the additional side of the benefit side. Don't have to tell you, trees, wrecks, fires, power lines down. Very grateful for the men and women, the volunteers, you name it. Everybody has pitched in, homeowners, people just driving up and down the road. Since 1 o'clock yesterday morning, as of 8:24 this morning, we had already had 323 calls come into dispatch. You gotta think too, that doesn't include the amount of firefighters who just went from one tree to the next tree to the next tree. I've got deputies out there cutting trees down. So who knows how many trees that we've cut out of the road. That this doesn't include VDOT's numbers, but this is smoke, roads blocked, poles on fire, road hazards, just so many multiple things in that, I guess, area. I tried to get some numbers there this morning. Wendy was dispatching. Actually, we had 3 dispatchers going, and just in the time we had multiple 911s, and I was finally like, just whatever you give me, I'll leave you alone. So I feel like they wanted me to leave, which rightfully so. So it hasn't stopped yet, I think. But hopefully everybody, all these men and women out there will stay safe. It's continuing. Like I said, hopefully it'll slow down once the sun gets out. Hopefully before the wind gets up. But other than that, that's kind of where we're at. We just, appreciate everybody helping out with the ice storm, whether it's, like I said, firefighters, rescue, fire, police, or just folks driving up down the road trying to figure out how to get out.
Yeah.
It's been a huge benefit. So. Anything?
That don't count the ones that's cleaning brush that we don't know about.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. There's just, and this doesn't include VDOT doing anything. I don't have their numbers or anything like that. I assume, they'll have to come through within the next day or two and just take motor graders and just try to shove stuff a little further off the road. everybody needs to continue to be safe. I've told my guys, just cut it at the white line and move on to the next one. So, and I think firefighters are mainly doing that too, just getting it to where we got some paths and, people can get out and emergency services can get in if somebody needs an ambulance. So,
Thank you for all the hard work of your
Yes.
team,
yeah, and
really
I
appreciate it.
will say if anybody's listening, if their road is blocked, just call the sheriff's office, let us know. The non-emergency number if you can help it, and we'll try to get somebody out there as quick as we can to cut it down. If anybody's messaging y'all, just let us know and we'll try to get out there.
Thank you.
I will say, if I might, Mr. Chair, I noticed that some of your folks were responding to emergency Facebook post in the middle of the night last night, so I thought that was very impressive that they were trying to make sure they saw everybody who was in distress.
And I know
appreciate
right
it.
before I walked over here too, y'all's paramedics and rescue squads tied up like crazy. We had a lift assist come in and we just sent our folks out there to deal with it. Things like that hopefully doesn't turn into anything more medical than that. But, from that standpoint, our guys are trying to help out from that, cause that's,
I don't
your
see
men and
how,
women they need to be dealing with a
I
lot
don't
of stuff
see
too.
how the EMS is still working. I really don't,
Yeah,
cause they've been going full bore.
everybody's gonna run out of steam
Yeah.
soon now.
Yeah,
Adrenaline can only take so far.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right. Thank you.
If y'all need anything, let us know.
Thank you.
Get some
Thanks,
rest.
Brian.
Get some rest.
Yeah,
Get
I
some
cut a few
rest.
down yesterday, and so now it's my turn to go back out, so.
No.
This was on my desk, you and I have already signed it, do we?
Is that, Turtle Floyd?
If I might, yeah.
Is that Turtle Floyd?
It's, but you and I have already signed, sorry.
Yeah, Sydney already sent that back, but I'll take him the hard copy. I'll take that back today. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
be careful.
Yeah, be safe.
Yeah, thank you. Y'all too.
Thanks.
Thanks, Brian.
Yeah, thank y'all.
Alright.
It's almost like Halloween used to be with us. Sheriff always required us to have a chainsaw in the trunk.
And a bottle of Windex for
Well,
the eggs.
we usually took care of that little problem.
Well, I know.
Just throwing money away now.
Isn't that the truth?
Yeah,
Nobody can afford that kind of vandalism.
everybody be out there scraping them off.
Off the windshield, frying them,
Frying 'em up.
making scrambled eggs.
Let's see.
I don't see nobody for public comments, so I'm just gonna skip over that and move on
Alright.
down to.
Did you want me to talk about the assessment process stuff, which is
Yeah,
separate than this?
Get on back to that.
Or-
yes.
Okay. And I think, yeah, send me a separate PowerPoint. I should have put them together, but I was running out of time this morning and last night. And really, as Danny's pulling that up, I just wanted to, this was mostly in anticipation of potentially public being here this morning to offer a little bit more, background, so, and I typify this kind of as, we had some challenges last spring and you all asked me to kind of give for those of us that are old enough to remember, what's the Grammar Rock version of this? So, that's essentially what I've tried to put together, thank you. And, Steve has looked at this and sent me a suggestion, so hopefully we're in a good spot. And we can make this available if you like, and I can put some extra comments with it on the website so people are aware of what the process is, because as you all know, we only do this so often. So,
Yeah, do it on the website and it wouldn't hurt to post it on Facebook.
Yes, please.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay.
On the,
Yep.
yeah, on the
All our,
Floyd,
Floyd group.
yep,
well, on the,
all of our,
yeah, on all our social media.
Yep.
Chair, are you good with me doing this from here, or do you want me to go see it?
No, that's fine.
Good, okay. All right, so this is kind of, again, just kind of the background on what is this whole process and how does this all work out? So the things, now I've got it, right? Thank you.
this isn't in our,
There. Okay.
you don't
It's
have,
coming right now.
It's
oh,
coming.
okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, so the questions that, thank you, Dee, sorry. The questions that I was trying to kind of briefly answer, so I'll move along, but of course, always feel free to ask questions. First is what is real estate reassessment and why do we have one? What's all this about fair market value? Does the increase in my appraisal mean my taxes are going up and by how much? That's usually what people are most concerned about, as you know. Who's responsible for what? And what are my next steps if I don't agree? So those are kind of the things that I'm gonna go through here. Going to the what is it and why do we have one? Of course, under Virginia code, but is standard for pretty much all states that have a real estate levy, is the process of determining fair market value. And that's kind of the term of art of property in a locality. How that is defined is slightly different by different states. Mo and I've had extensive conversations in the variance between Virginia and Missouri, so if you want to get really geeky one day, I can tell you. But essentially Virginia, North Carolina, and Missouri, sorry. But in Virginia, the definition is the price which it brings when it is offered for sale by one who desires but is not obligated to sell it. So somebody who wants to sell it, but they don't have to sell it. And bought by one who is not necessarily, has no necessity of having it. So it really is trying to get kind of at the arm's length kind of discussion. In North Carolina, it's a little bit clearer. It says a willing buyer and a willing seller, but here there's a little bit more gray around that for other types of transfers. So that's why the court case there is so important, and you see which one it is there. Generally, in a county like ours, this happens every 5 or 6 years. And you can see with the data that I have there, which I took from Virginia Tech Extension's publication, the frequency for counties. And of course, you'll see that 6 years is kind of the most frequent. Mo and I have talked to you about some of the other places like Roanoke has annual.
Yeah.
Right, and so that's pretty pricey though, which is, it would be lovely, but well, you all know what Mo's bill is gonna be, and that would cost a lot every year, so we'll just put it that way. But that's what it is, and then why do we have one? It's not just to make taxpayers unhappy. If we can go to the next slide, Danny. Why we have it is, let's see, well, most of all, because the Constitution requires that we do it, the state constitution. So we're a Dillon Rural state, and if they say we gotta do it, then we gotta do it. And it specifically says the things that I've enumerated here, it shall be taxed unless specifically excluded. So it's not an option, you all can't decide to not tax it under the Virginia Constitution. And the taxes shall be uniform upon the same class of subjects within the territorial limits of whatever authority is, so in our case, Floyd County. So you can't say, well, I like Steve more than I like Linda, so I'm gonna give him a better rate, a better value. It has to be uniform and based on some level of uniformity. And so Mo usually has his books in here where they actually will show you, if you come in, pictures and valuations of what it is they've seen as uniform. And then all assessments of again, back to that term, shall be fair market value, except it's been put in some type of particular assessment category. And here we use agricultural, horticultural, we don't use forest. You all just use generally land use as your catch-all. But that's up to you all if you choose to do that. You could decide not to, or you could decide to do different ones or more. That's all up to you all as our elected officials. Really what it does is it allows for the distribution of the cost of government, whatever that is, if it's $100, $100 million, whatever that cost is, to do it on an equalized basis between landowners in the community. And therefore, this is used to support the fiscal well-being of that local government. So that's how, and that's especially true for us because we are more dependent on the real estate tax than a large number of other counties for reasons you all know. It also has other effects. It affects the ability to secure bond financing and improves the county's effective credit score. We don't really get a credit score, but they have views about how financially sound we are, and that influences it, how well we do this process. And it impacts how much funding the county receives from the Commonwealth to fund the schools. And of course, we all learned that the hard way last year. And hopefully that will change going forward. So now we get into what is fair market value. And this is actually what it says in the code, but as the graphic suggests, which we'll pull up here in just a second, it doesn't make a lot of sense to a common person, in my opinion. The term is used, it says, every assessor or assessor shall ascertain and assess the fair market value of all lands and lots with the improvements and buildings thereon. That's what the code says. And it's the price that it brings, as mentioned before, offered for sale by one who desires but is not obligated to sell it, and brought by one who is under no necessity of having it. Now, that is not what normal people say. So that's why, let's see, it should fly in, hopefully, if you click it again. Like, what? What did you say? That makes no sense. So then we go to the next one. Really, it kind of is what one is willing to pay and accept for a given property without pressure, and that's something that's kind of unique to Virginia, by the way, without a special relationship. So if I sold property to one of my daughters, I might have a different price on it because it's a special relationship. Often represented by arm's length sale, MLS, but it doesn't have to be. And generally reflects the highest and best use of the property. Can be sale prices, but sometimes some of those sale prices are excluded. If they appear, and again, that's something that's also kind of unique here. If they appear to be an outlier for some reason, for instance, we have a couple of folks that sell large parcels of expensive land to people from outside of the state. And so some of those parcels, our assessment folks have decided to move outside of that because they feel like that creates an artificially high level. Again, that's unusual to me as someone who used to do this in another state, so I thought I would bring that to people's attention. So that's how you get that number. Well, so I get a number and it says my house and my property is worth 40% more than it was last year. Does it mean your taxes are going up by what amount? Does it mean it? Does it mean how much? And of course, as you all know, but just to make it clear to the public, your tax is not your new property value times the existing rate. So just so everybody's clear about that, it's your new value against a new rate that you all will choose later in the spring. And in general, that rate is likely to be lower than the current rate. How much? That's a policy call for you all based upon my recommendation and if you like it or not or what you want to do, but generally it is lower. It must be based on 100% of the appraised value, and you all are required to lower the tax rate. So it only generates up to, well, you have to define it, up to 101% of the previous year. You can go beyond that, but then it effectively is just like a tax increase would have been in other years. We have to advertise a new rate, have a public hearing, all those kind of things. But we do have to define as what a revenue neutral rate would be and what 101% of that would be.
If I could just,
Yes, please clarify.
and the gymnastics are a little more, if you're going to go over the 101%, it's a separate public hearing and a separate advertisement. So it's much more clear to the public
Right.
that this is going to happen. So just one more safeguard to so that people don't think that just because my assessment went up by 20%, your taxes aren't going up by 20%.
It's very unlikely. So, thank you, Steve. I appreciate you clarifying that. So, all these people that are frustrated and unhappy, now they want to know who's responsible for what? Who do I go to? And so, wanted to make this pretty clear because, again, this is, if you're the public, normally they come to you or they come to me. But at least initially, your role is different, as you know. The Board of Supervisors, you pick the assessor, which is Wingate, who is in the back room here right now. And you pay for them to do the work. And you set the new tax rate once the assessment is complete. And we've gone through this whole process. And even the guidance from the State Department of Taxation makes it clear. They're the one that has this note that says the Board of Supervisors has no legal concern in the process. So your role is primarily the rate once all this is approved.
There's a lot of people coming to me saying that we have to approve the assessments. That there's this impression out in the public that we hire Wingate, whatever, but then we approve the valuation. And that's what that no legal concern means, that we just hire the company and
That's
the
it.
product is theirs.
That's right.
Just for clarification.
Yeah, to say it another way.
Cause that really doesn't.
It's not very explanatory,
No.
it's tax law,
Well,
so of course it's
What
not.
Stacy?
To say another way, I think what you're pointing out is that this board has no authority to go parcel by parcel and say, oh, I think that's too high, we're gonna mark it
Right,
down.
and that's what the impression is.
Yeah, you have no authority to do that. For anyone.
Appreciate.
No
Well,
legal.
yeah, that's out of the training manual. Line there. We'll add that.
Concerned about. Yeah.
Right,
There's no,
thank you.
We
Maybe.
get.
So with that, appreciate it. So, sir, they property got the people, some were okay, didn't like it, others were crazy. Actually asked them. They take pictures and those becoming a part of the file is a new thing for you all this time. But it kind of gets us up to what's a little bit more state of the art and will assist a lot next time we do this process, so it's easier for them to see what has changed or not changed on the property since 4, 5, 6 years ago, whatever it was. And that will all be available to Lisa's office, to the commissioner's office as part of the file that's transferred. And we've talked through that a little bit. They conduct those initial hearings, they're kind of calling them conversations to make it sound a little bit nicer, but around taxpayer concerns with the new value. They've been meeting most people in this room. I think their highest day was 37. Today they only had 2 scheduled, so, and I think I put in here, yeah. But really, they're gonna come in pretty close to what is normal. When we went through, and you'll see a little bit later here, exactly all the different ways you can do that. But essentially, we're gonna come in probably with about 3% of the assessments in some way being questioned. And that's pretty typical and actually a little bit low given the amount of the change. So I wanted to share with you. When they come in, they all wanted me to make sure to let people know they can make adjustments up or down. So there is some risk when you come in to say, yeah, we didn't realize that you have this cool pool in the back or whatever, right? So just be aware of that. They can make adjustments either way because their goal is to equalize. And then of course, file copies of the completed assessment with the clerk of court, the commissioner of revenue, the local board of equalization, and the Virginia Department of Taxation. So they create this file and they hand it over, and that's kind of the end of their job. Then it goes to the Board of Equalization, which of course you all appointed. It is a citizen board, and they were trained recently by the Virginia Department of Taxation. A couple of us sat through some or all of that, depending on our schedules that day. Very, very interesting. And they become the next step after the hearing with the professional assessor. So if they don't like what Mo and his staff say, they go to the Board of Equalization. And they hear complaints from taxpayers and from the Board of Supervisors legally. So that is, if there was a place that you all chose to weigh in, that would be it, but that's very unusual. That is not part of the normal process. And again, the goal is to attain uniformity in assessment and equal distribution of the tax burden. There is a step after that, they can go to circuit court. But that's the next step. It's not to Ms. Bechtold's point, it's not to the Board of Supervisors, it's to the clerk of, or to the circuit court. So
Can I ask
we're,
a question right there, right quick?
Yeah.
If they appeal it to the circuit court, who shows up, the assessors, the complainant?
I'd have to look at the contract. Usually the contract says the assessor will, will provide expert testimony at either at first, a built-in fee or for a certain fee.
Right.
But usually it's the county attorney who defends the assessment. And they have to show that the assessment was made in error by not following proper methodology or a mathematical error or didn't conform to sound accepted assessment processes. And there's a presumption of correctness. So if you get to circuit court, the starting point is that the assessment's been through this process, it's gonna be presumed correct. And they have, the taxpayer will have to show some methodological error at the end of the day.
I think it'd be good for people listening to hear, because I didn't know,
Yeah.
it answered my questions too, so I'm still learning.
well, and if I might, you are definitely not the only one, sir, because I'll tell you, this process is similar, but not exactly like it is in other states.
Right.
There are some other steps in other states that aren't available in Virginia, so kind of interesting how that's different.
Usually, by the time you get to circuit court, it's usually a very high dollar property that's sort of,
Yeah.
high stakes.
I don't see anybody with a small,
Right.
It's gonna have to be pretty.
Because it's only, let's say your assessment is off by, $10,000. Well, the margin is just whatever your tax rate is. So at some point, it's not, it doesn't make economic sense to challenge it when it's such a small
Right.
difference at the end of the day that you're.
Judge would sort of frown on that too. So.
But there are
Yeah.
a few hard-headed ones around that
You
would,
weren't there.
Not as
Well,
many as
I
it
mean-
used to be.
I know, we're thinning out.
People are there to, they can, they have freedom to vindicate it on principle if
Yep.
that's what they want to do, and at that point,
They do.
they'll have their own burden of proof.
And again, just because it's different in other states, so for instance, I'm most familiar with North Carolina, and there's a process to actually appeal through effectively, it's called something else, but effectively a state board of equalization through the department first. So it's just every state is a little bit different. So where are we? Well, we're in the process of doing those meetings now. And there are 3 different ways you can do that. One is effectively just a phone call, and they've had quite a few of those. An in-person visit, those can be by appointment, which they prefer, but we've had some folks just walk in, and as long as, they had somebody available or would shortly, they've met with them. And then they also have an online appeal form. This will be going on about another week or so with them, and then the process will all move to the Board of Equalization. And as I kind of alluded to earlier, they think we're gonna end up with about 250 conversations with them directly, which is around 3%. And so that's kind of where they are in the process. For the most part, folks are coming and just kind of saying this is a whole lot more than last time, and why is that? As opposed to probably if somebody had the ability to do this, it might be more effective for people to be mentioning that, but also saying, and by the way, this is something that looks like my house and my property, and it's not equally assessed, because again, remember, it's all about equalization. So that's kind of just a tip for folks that are coming. They'll certainly listen to you, and again, Mo's got really nice books to show you all these pictures, but that's really what they're trying to do now. And so, that's pretty much the end. So this is your next steps. If you're still, you're unhappy and you haven't done anything yet, make an appointment, do the phone call, come online, then you can appeal to the board, appeal to circuit court, and then you watch to see what rate of tax that you all select and what's approved by the board. And so that's really, as you all know very well, that's where your influence comes in about determining what's the appropriate rate for the cost of doing government.
And 4 and 5 is usually what prevents number 3.
Right,
Yep,
4 mostly, but
right?
yep.
So, thank you for that clarification, suggestion, I will do that if there are others or the things, otherwise we'll go
No,
ahead
this is
and,
pretty,
Is that the end, or
that's it.
there's one thing that needs to be said, and it's not gonna be popular. And we need to emphasize that when we equalize, we're equalizing to as close as we can to the current year's revenue coming in. Someone that had a 50% increase in their values versus someone with 75, even if we equalize, the person that has a 75% increase is gonna be paying more.
It's an you're right, it's an overall.
Because we're not doing it at per se on a percentage per property.
Right.
And that's something that gets lost in the translation that needs to be out there. That it's gonna be a little bit different for everybody.
I guess equalization is there's 2 concepts there. It's the process of going through the Board of Equalization to make sure that your assessment is comparable to similar properties. And then there's the process that the board undertakes, which is bringing it to revenue neutral or close to revenue neutral.
Right.
So,
And it depends on what your situation depends on what your individual increase was.
correct.
And that gets lost because sometimes, well, you're supposed to, I know in past ones I've been chewed out, well, y'all equalized, right? Or close to it, yeah. Well, why am I paying so much more?
Well,
And what it came down to was their property were assessed more than,
right
for
there.
whatever reason.
again, it's the fair market value.
It's the fair market value thing.
Yep.
And that we're not, there are gonna be some people that do pay more.
Yeah.
That's, I'm not trying to stir trouble, but
I mean-
they need to know that ahead of time.
Yeah.
I'll raise my hand. I mean, anecdotally, I said about 30 years ago that the values that they came up with were what my property, this was even before I got in real estate, was what my property would eventually be worth. And, I mean, for good, bad, or ugly, the assessors did just that.
And also another thing that throws in the mix, the further you go from your last reassessment,
The bigger the jumps.
the bigger
Bigger
the
the-
jump.
Yep,
In the years, I mean, I've said this before, but 4-year one, yeah, you get some complaints, well, y'all coming after our money again. But when you can stick to that 3 or 4
I
year,
agree.
it's not
I
as
agree.
big an impact.
We should square away whatever assessment we think will
Yep,
cost
start,
us 3 years from now, do it again.
Or
Yep.
4 or whatever, yeah.
start
I
it.
think at 3 years, if it's not possible, then go to 4, but, the closer you get,
Well, we've been on the
it's
fours.
less,
We had been on the 4s and then somewhere it got mixed
Got
up
to
and
the
we went on
5. I think
5.
COVID
it'd
had
save a
something.
lot
Maybe,
of
yeah,
sticker
probably.
shock,
Right.
Yeah, it was COVID that got us all out of whack.
Yeah, that got us all out of whack on
It did.
everything.
It did.
But, and you were talking about like Roanoke, if I'm not mistaken, they do a lot of they actually have in-house staff instead of,
They do.
I think they get advice for somebody like Wingate, but they actually have in-house staff that they look, all right, property sold here in this year, well, they pick a certain area and that automatically increased from a year
Yeah.
to year
Yeah.
in that.
Montgomery's every 2, right? I think,
Uh,
maybe 3, one of the
They
2.
were, I don't know
More than
about
two.
since the pandemic,
Yeah.
They've only
They
done
do.
one since I've been here.
They have, in my experience, they have had a in-house assessor,
Right,
yeah.
that is able to keep more current with that,
Right.
although they use a consultant as well.
right.
Yeah.
But
But in
then they
terms
do,
of their-
then they do an overall every
Mm-hmm.
once in a while to get everything caught back up.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, cause yes, as you described in Roanoke, they pick different sections of the county and say, this year we're looking at this,
Yeah.
or
Right.
next year we're looking at that.
And then at some point, they'll do a full assessment of the entire county to bring everything up, then they start the process.
Yes, absolutely.
Let's get back on ours.
Sorry?
So let's get back on ours.
Okay,
That's it.
okay.
Well,
That
the
sounds
day will come where eventually we'll need to look at that, but
Yeah.
we're not
Cross that
there.
bridge when we get there.
Yeah, I don't think we're
Yeah,
anywhere near there.
yeah, and I will, I just, my last comment would be to really, I appreciate the, attitude and, how Wingate has been handling, particularly when taxpayers reach out to them. They've been, you know, since we're here, we hear it, and, you know, most people have been unhappy but okay about it. Some folks not so okay about it, but they've handled all of that, I think, very well and very professionally, and really try to hear folks out, and, you know, that's really the best that you could ask for that part of it. We've had some discussions about some things that in future years, we might wanna encourage them to do a little differently, but none of it is related to customer service at all. They are just off the charts. Been
Wingate
very
has
good.
always
Yep.
been above and beyond in that.
Regard. Yeah, absolutely, I agree.
Mr.
Jerry?
Wingate established that a long time ago, and they've
Stuck to
kept
it,
it, yes.
stuck to it.
So, Ms. Sherry, that's all I had on that. I just, based on our earlier conversations, felt like we needed to have something
Yeah, nicely
level set there. Thank you.
So I guess we can get on down to old business.
All business.
Old business.
Is Levi still with it? No, he's
No,
left.
no,
He
his
left.
appointment.
Yeah.
He just texted me.
Yeah, okay.
He's gonna.
Still with us, Levi?
No, no, he left.
He said if it's okay,
Yeah.
he'll text when he's ready to get back on.
Right, okay.
So, sorry, no, I was
Um,
gonna make a suggestion.
yeah, go ahead.
It's just to, we might, depending on what Ms. Cookenbook is suggesting, that what maybe jump to the property address
Yeah.
ordinance conversations.
Although I don't know, I'd hate for him not to be involved in that either. Those three things are really, really important. I mean, I guess,
Calendar, could we do the calendar? Oh, no, cause that's the days off, yep.
yeah, take the days off.
New
I
business.
suspect you're not gonna get to an answer on your ordinance today, that you're gonna end up giving our poor county attorney an even more extensive list of questions, is my guess.
On our property address.
Am I correct or no?
I don't
Maybe I'm mistaken, I could be mistaken.
Just make it very simple.
Oh.
Ladina.
That's a good idea. Mr. Chairman, so since Ladina is sitting here, if you would be okay with jumping forward to FEMA and some of the housing
It's under new business.
things under new business, that's been a subject that, while Mr. Cox is always engaged, it hasn't been,
Decision making.
Right.
decision
Can we
making.
take a 5 minute break before we do that? Drink too much water this morning.
Okay, are we taking
5 minutes?
a short break?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Hi, just a minute.
Back in session. All right, now we,
Now.
sorry, Dana, this is,
Okay. I appreciate sharing everything with me. On the FEMA lane, of course, that goes back to Helene in September. And there's kind of two categories of potential funding there. There's emergency, which goes back to what was spent in the storm, those days when the impact was happening. That's called a public assistance lane. And then there's a mitigation lane that the county can ask for things that would help prevent damage in the future or lessen their impact. So on the emergency lane, the public assistance lane, in this particular storm, the federal government is offering 100% reimbursement for eligible items. Sometimes there's a match, but in this case there wasn't. And so Kim has worked really hard to document, it's really for us, the use value of equipment that was used, so like the generators, the 5 generators, 1 here, 2 at the courthouse, social services, and 1 at the transfer station.
Right.
So based on the size of those, there's a hourly rate.
Yeah, like a formula.
Formula for that, and 44 hours is how long the power was out, based on the information provided. So that's one piece, and another piece was all of the fire trucks that ended up called out with volunteers cleaning up, just like the last couple of days.
Right.
All of that. So again, with each type of brush truck, tank, whatever, there's a value per hour that we can ask for. So again, Kim has done all the heavy lifting on that. The request,
Thank you.
last piece was submitted yesterday. It's gonna be about a $15,000, give or take, request for reimbursement
Okay.
on that. Now, this is our first time really doing that, so, whether we will get all that, what the questions will be, but so far they've been, I thought, good to work with.
Very accommodating.
this is all calls and I.
The other part is the mitigation money. I'm more focused on that to date. Generators, I know you all have spent a lot of time and effort on generators. And so I've been working closely with Patrick at the PSA, and we've kind of identified priorities. Basically, try to keep this as simple as I can. I think the PSA has 13 facilities, and I think you have something in your folder on this, but they have 13 facilities that do not yet, critical facilities that do not yet have solid generators,
Correct.
let's say. I went through and looked at all of those, their locations, because all of this, when it goes to FEMA, will have to go through an environmental and historic review, like all these things. And so I went through and as best I could, try to figure out if any of them have issues there. Because if one site has an issue, it slows down the whole application. So VDM recommended that if I found anything like that, that I put it in a separate pre-application so it would not hold all that up.
Yeah.
Plus, we can only ask for $1 million in equipment in one per ask, or else it trips us over into a whole nother level of benefit cost analysis complications. So I'm proposing 2 pre-applications, one with everything that seems, there was only one, and it was the Slaughters one, shows up in a wetland, even though I don't really get that, but, so I
Or
set
in a
that one aside.
floodplain.
It's not in the floodplain.
It didn't show up in this
Right.
federal database as floodplain, but
It did not, no.
it showed up as
Really?
wetland.
Right.
Now, who knows when they look at it, what they will say, but anyway, so that, I set that one aside. Everything left was more than $1 million, so Patrick worked with me on what we could set aside. We set aside the water booster station. We could have set aside Storker's Knob too, but I haven't yet got the cost estimate for the Tice Street thing. So in the end, 10 things are in the first pre-application, and the second pre-application will be Tice Street,
Slaughters.
Slaughters, and the water booster station.
Right.
Will be in the second.
Okay.
So, so the request, for equipment was, this first one is $978,000. And we can add 5% of admin on top of that, because it will be a bear to do a lot of this, so we can ask for money to contract help or whatever. So that brings the total to just over $1 million, it's just the equipment part that has to stay under $1 million. The federal share is 75%, the state share is 20%, and the local share is 5%. So that would come in at $51,356.38 for you all, which is just slightly more than the admin that we would get back for administering the work, so it works out.
It's like a wash.
Yeah, it is like a wash.
Very close to a wash. So that's priority. I have the cost estimate number from Fidelity for each of those, so I've submitted the pre-application. We've been approved to move forward with a full application pending you all's commitment to match. And I don't yet have, for the second potential pre-application, again, Slaughter's Pump Station, Tice Pump Station, the water booster. I understand from Kevin that the emergency shelter is the high school and it does not have sufficient generator capacity. It has a very old generator up there, so Mark and Kevin have gotten with Fidelity and have requested a quote on that, and we're still waiting for that.
Will that go into then, that'll go
The
in that
second,
second
yeah.
one, good.
That's the one we put in when we put the others in.
Is that
That's
right?
how old it is.
Yeah.
Wow.
It,
From the looks
remember
of the
Mark's-
picture, it's a year or two.
Oh, yeah, it's been a year or
It went in
two.
in the 90s.
You started
that showed you
voting.
Yeah,
Picture,
Mark
that's
had
it.
that modeling job there.
Yeah,
By
yeah.
then,
Yes.
by the
Yes.
generator.
So there's the emergency shelter generator that we're waiting for a quote on, and then, we're still talking about what county facilities, maybe transfer station or any of the EMS or fire stations that we may or may not want to do. Because of it takes a long time to get these quotes, because you gotta get a quote on the installation too, so we may just try to use some of the ones we've gotten and get Mark to help us estimate which ones might fit up. You know?
Alright.
So anyway, I don't have an estimate for the second pre-application yet, because I'm waiting for those, especially the school, the emergency shelter generator, but anyway, just wanted to update you all on that. And
Yeah, when we put that one in up there, you gotta remember, we had the coal boilers.
Yeah.
And it was all, it was to run what was needed with them, and I think at that time, like the cafeteria.
Yeah.
And of course, all that's changed out, and so they're not anywhere near up to snuff.
Right.
Yeah.
I think he said even the cafeteria is not covered these days.
Oh, I'm sure it's not,
No.
no, with all the new
With the
equipment.
upgrades and
Yeah,
stuff,
with all the new
no.
equipment.
Right.
No. But at the time, it was
Yeah,
what we could do.
right.
Jim, I just wanna thank you and Kim for your diligent work on this, along with the help from Kevin, just to pull all this together. This is money that is available to us as a county that does not have a whole lot of disposable income, shall we call it, to be able to have these kinds of awards possibly even become a reality for us is so big. And just wanna thank both of you for, as you said, Kim doing the heavy lifting, but I know you've done a lot of heavy lifting too. And I just wanna thank you.
Well, and it's been a team effort.
Right.
Patrick at PSA is
Right,
really-
Patrick too, yeah, I should not have
And,
excluded him.
Mark, they went out and got some, GPS coordinates for all the sites for me
Right.
to use, and so everybody's.
Yeah, it's great, just amazing how important this stuff is gonna be in the long run.
Well, when it's all in place and
The
everything.
safety of the county.
We're talking about the safety and
Yep.
also to help the public too.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
That's the key behind it.
Yep, public safety.
Private citizens, but also businesses, a lot of
Mhm.
businesses were really affected by this, water and wastewater outages.
Yep.
if you all would consider today authorizing, I think Mr. Terman is the signature that would be needed on a letter for that dollar match, 51,356.38.
I'll make a motion, we approve that and authorize the appropriate signature.
And I'll second that. Absolutely.
All right, on the motion to move forward with submission and the letter appropriate signatures related to the FEMA, excuse me.
And we are obligating up to around
Donation, yeah.
51,000 and change.
Right.
Okay, an
As our
obligation of
match.
approximately 51,000.
51,356.38 is the.
Our portion.
Well, there you go.
52.
Up to 52, yeah,
Okay.
just in case.
A request from FEMA. Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold.
Yes.
Let's see, I don't think Mr. Cox is back yet. Nope, so we'll just, and Mr. Terman.
Green light's not
All
on.
right, thank you.
Thank you all very much, appreciate it.
Thanks,
If I might, Ladina, I had it more in my report, but I don't know how much you all have seen. I sent you the one email about the additional CDBG funds that have arrived related to
right.
housing or awarded. And then we got a very nice box earlier this week. And the award is sitting in Ladina's office, also related to housing from VACO.
Oh, good,
And-
we got it?
Yes, and so really wanted you all to know and the public to know how much extraordinary effort has been made by lots of folks, but as you all know, Ladina's really been in a lot of ways a driver on these projects, along with Fish and some other important players in the regional commission.
Regional, yeah.
But like I said, I had this in my part, but she's standing here, and it makes her blush, the same color as her sweater. I thought I'd go ahead and point out all the effort that's been done and all the
Absolutely.
kudos.
Thank you very much, appreciate y'all's support.
Atta girl.
Yeah. Thank you.
You gonna do the transfer station fees or?
Hooey.
You do it? Okay. So,
need, we can get Jenny.
yeah. So this has also been a collaborative effort, but a different type of one. As Mark has been spending a lot of time, we initially, in terms of cost related to the transfer station, had been looking at overtime, comp time, those kind of things, and everybody involved has done a terrific job of really trying to keep those costs as low as we can and still get the job done. So appreciate that effort on behalf of Terrell and Mark and Kim and everybody pushing on that. In addition to that, now Mark has had some time to do a little bit more pencil to paper kind of analysis about what some of his thoughts are related to the transfer station and solid waste. And so we've all kind of been looking at what the bills are, and he's taken the next, and Jenny's gotten very specific things together that then Kim's gonna share with you, and Mark is very involved in this as well. But at what other folks are charging, what our costs are, all of those kind of things, to kind of get a sense from you about direction and also get you all a lot more information to be able to make some decisions, potentially as part of your budget discussion at some point about what are the appropriate fees out there. I will tell you generally, as you'll see from what Kim's pulling up, we are generally lower in terms of what we charge folks, and that's in many ways been a conscious decision of y'all. So you might chose to do that. But there's also some of the factors that are feeding into our cost. I will tell you, before everybody asks, he and I have talked about the things going to biochar is helping. So we are seeing that go down. But we have some other frustrations and challenges that maybe this will address. And so in terms of the number crunching, that's been a lot by Miss Jenny over here. So really appreciate all the work that she and Mark and everybody has done on this.
He's putting it up right now. You got it, Danny?
And while we're doing that, we do have signs ordered for the transfer station about revised hours and when we have times that they're closing early. And they're being made by Andy at Sign Place, so not made in-house. I think that's the generous way to say that, isn't it, Mr. Booth?
Right.
Right.
So, up there, and again, Linda mentioned, this is Jenny's baby, and Mark, babysat a little bit, but this is pretty much the creation, of Jenny. So she gave a comparison of, the other counties and what the cost is. So you can see, the different variations of all that. So go to the second tab, Danny, please. So you see the expense and
Yeah.
the revenues. And you'll see like for labor, we use kind of just an average, kind of a quarterly average, just to make it, simple without going through up and down overtime and things of that nature. It was the easiest way to do. So on the third tab, the proposal tab,
Mm-hmm.
here's where we're looking at wanting to adjust the fees. So you see here the tipping charge, presently it's 55 a ton. The proposal by Mark and review of looking at things is 65. Tire fees, an increase. White goods, we currently, took me a while when I see what white goods were, but then someone said, well, refrigerators all used to be white, weren't they? And I was like, oh, okay. So, another big one here, is animals. We presently don't, called down to the transfer station and spoke, and they average about 10 carcass in various forms.
Yeah, that's domestic animals, right?
Cows.
No, I mean, that the fees covered. Cause I was up there one day and, VDOT brought about 15 deer in up there.
Well, that would be another another conversation. Because that was brought up, so that would be something you guys would have to, talk about,
But the information that's up there, it was cows and horses.
Correct.
That's what they were talking about.
So, yeah, the smaller domestic usually doesn't come through. Jimmy had some choice words about, those kind of things, but this is primarily cows, horses, farm. So, furniture. Large furniture, bringing in, multiple couches and things of that nature. And you could just see and just read that. But so if you go to the last tab. That's on per month difference. So Jenny brought over the current rate, broke down what the increase would be if we, and now there are some things that we can't even put on here because we have never collected from, nor do we have a basis of. So the revenue is gonna be, if we go to zero to a charge, that's an automatic increase.
Plus, yeah.
Correct, which we can't represent. And then we decided, sometimes we'll just give you down the middle, which I know you like your comparison, so Jenny broke it down, instead of 50 to 70, what happens when we go to 50 to 60, and that would be the difference.
I would, if I might also note at the bottom here, it says include Earth Day, spring cleaning, free tire drop off. And you all recall, I guess about 3 years ago now, you all started doing that, so to deal with the concerns about people maybe dropping them in inappropriate places, that if we had a time once a year, people could bring them for free, that are their own. Obviously not from like a mechanic shop,
And
not from a
Jen-
business, but that's still a possibility for you all to consider as well.
And then what did you find out about some of the, not naming anyone specific, but some of the automotive places that for tires, the charging for tires, mechanics and things of that nature?
Most shops do charge for tires. Like when you take your vehicle to be serviced, you get 4 new tires. They charge you per tire for disposal.
Right.
You know,
And
they
then
may be
those are all coming
charging,
to us for free.
right, yeah. Well, no, those,
No,
The
they're
dollar,
not.
yeah,
the dollar,
pretty much,
dollar
yeah,
ones.
no, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
not free.
No, no.
So, and on that third tab at the bottom,
Yeah.
on the proposal tab, oh, sorry.
It's okay.
Was one of the things that Mark wanted to mention as well, about possibly a new scale house. Where it's at right now, they don't really know who's up there until they drive around, so they may have started a ticket before they even know who it is, or if they're supposed to be charged or not. So Mark wanted to ask about that as well.
How much does that run? Do we have any ballpark?
We don't have any figures on that right now.
Levi, I'm gonna email this to you, we're looking at the transfer station fees.
Yeah.
And there's 4 tabs at the bottom, so we're kinda going through it to discuss, opportunities.
Yeah, it's kind of like 4 pages.
Yeah.
I'm sure this was done in Excel, but it's at least was able to be created into 4 pages.
And if I might, a couple of small things I might add, sorry.
What was that our packet?
Yes, it is in the packet.
Yep.
It's on 12A, but if you want me to email it to you so it's easier.
Yeah, no, if I might, so you'll see there also the fee from New River Resource Authority. That has been fairly consistent. The trucking numbers have actually gone down a little bit, but the cost from New River has been pretty even. However, just an acknowledgement that they are charging us the member rate even though we are not a member. So they've been willing to do that.
They're also
so-
increasing their fee.
Yes, and so you'll see noted on here, they're increasing their fee in July, but that also applies to everybody. So they, even though we don't have a seat on their board,
All their members, yeah.
yes, and they've been very gracious to, Mark and I had us over and showed us all around and have been answering some particular questions, as it has to do with DEQ as well. And just as a side note, for DEQ, we have a new inspector, so we'll see how that goes.
Well, we don't.
For my edification and probably a dumb question. What's this surcharge for block and green box?
So we have businesses throughout the county that have a green box and the transfer station goes and empties it on a schedule that they choose themselves. And sometimes when the truck drivers get there, they can't get to the box because it's been blocked.
Oh, okay.
And then they have to make
And they have to come
another
back and then we get a call, hey, you didn't empty my green box. So we have to send the driver back out. It's not in their route anymore, it's a special trip back there to empty the box. So
Makes sense.
there's no fee for that currently, so Mark suggested maybe if there was a fee, maybe that wouldn't happen as often, so.
More inclined to watch their green boxes.
Well,
You'd be surprised, it happens often.
Yeah.
And
Well,
Jenny
I
gets
can
a lot of
imagine.
those calls, and, Jenny doing this in the new, I don't wanna say contracts, but new contracts for the, pickups, for the business pickups.
Agreements, yeah.
Right.
Agreements, thank you for the word, yes. The drivers call her and they let her know and she is able to write it down and, so they're really communicating to ensure that, they're letting her know about what's going on at the businesses, they
Right.
want more pickups, they're saying we're not coming, and she's able to contact and communicate and has brought it up to a different level.
Yeah, communication's key.
Yeah, and the new agreements, everybody was real, you know,
A little getting used to.
yeah, it took a little adjustment period but now everybody's, you know,
Mhm.
on it, and if they want something different, you know, they have to sign a new agreement. I
They've
do,
got
so
somebody
it's
to go to.
consistent, it's best practice,
Yeah.
and it's really benefited, I think, everybody, including the drivers.
You were talking about us being non-member, there was two reasons we're we're a non-member.
Mm-hmm.
Number one was the liability
Mm-hmm.
potential, and number two, eventually Cloyd's Mountain's gonna fill up.
Yeah.
Where do you think you're gonna wanna put one next?
Forget that.
Cause when they were discussing the Cloyd's Mountain and wanting us to join.
Yeah.
They were talking about a potential place over here,
Mm-hmm.
and we said, no, thank you.
Yes, I think he mentioned that
And
to
that's
us.
when we got the, thanks to Warren Library, we got the wording in the contract, incidental to the load.
Yep.
And hopefully that's still in the contracts, I haven't seen one in a long time, but, that way they couldn't turn down a load because of one or two things being in it, and, Mr. Cornwell also helped us with that, so continue that.
That's going back.
Look
I
forward-
remember
Look
those
forward to
contracts.
you continuing to work.
Yeah.
It's a good, we've got a great deal, even if they didn't give us the member rates. I'm glad they are, but even if they didn't, it's way ahead for us to keep our. The only thing that I'm concerned about, and this is what we were concerned about in the beginning, and that's the increases on the tires. And I know what you're doing, I'm from the group that said, we'll never make this thing break even, so let's just do the best we can, so
I agree.
I am grateful for everything, but, I'd be more inclined to go with the $3 on the small tire instead of the $5. The large tire, well, most of your trucking companies and most of your farmers, we can write that kind of stuff off. But on the small, household tires,
And we don't see as many large tires
as
we
used to.
used to.
Well, that's cause we use them to make drags.
Yeah.
To drag our fields, but
Yeah, I will say
I-
these 3 months that we used for these spreadsheets, there were no large tires left in those 3 months.
when we first initiated that and went to the dollar, you'd be surprised how many tires was showing up in the green boxes and stuff, and over time it's evened out.
Right.
You still occasionally get some, but you're always gonna get that, but I'd be more inclined to $3 on the small tire than $5, but if we're getting that many dead animals, then
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. We're getting an average of 10 dead animals a month?
Well, but
It's
it's
over
it's
time,
hard to
yeah,
get
it's an
anybody for backhoe to bury one anymore.
yeah, anymore, and nobody wants to burn it.
I used to get Tony Weddle to bury mine, and Tony
Right.
don't do it,
Right.
so.
And you can only burn a brush pile so many times.
Yeah, I had a lot of cremations every day, so.
Yeah.
We're a lot cheaper than that too.
Yeah, that's where the tires go to help that cremation process. I hear, I don't know personally,
Yeah.
but.
The vegan at the table.
I think that's an alright number to start with, but it may be a little low,
What?
For what?
The animal?
yeah,
Yeah, compared to,
compared to what all.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. But
I got a question.
going from 0 to that would be a, like
That's
you
a good
said.
starting point,
Right.
but, now, that goes into the general waste, is that correct, or, okay. Has any of them over there given any indication of any problems with that in their process? You know where I'm going without me going there, okay?
Yep. Yep.
And that is 65 per ton, so, you know, they'll calculate it out if you've got a 400-pound calf,
Right.
whatever,
Well, I
it
know
has
some of them
to.
had a $20 minimum fee. But,
So I notice sludge per ton is missing.
The what,
Sludge,
sludge?
it's a fun word to say,
Mm.
sludge.
It's not something that we currently
Have any of?
charge for.
Right.
I don't know how often it comes in.
How do we define sludge?
Yeah, I was gonna say, what defines
Well-
sludge?
I know we had,
We have
questionable
one
stuff.
industry that has their own pits and their own drying pits now. So once it's in a dry state, it doesn't qualify as sludge.
So, yeah,
the
and
only thing I
so,
know about that is we have it pumped from our
Right.
transfer station monthly.
And
Yeah,
at
they
one
pump
point in
it out,
time, it was brought in a more liquid state than solid. But, and then that particular company, they would spray the liquid out back of their facility. But then they went to the drying pits and and that's about as far as I can go.
Right.
Well, if,
I mean, that's something we could.
I mean, if we're charging if everything is having something happen to it,
Sure.
then to not do that just seems, I mean, if,
unequal.
yeah, I mean, if we're gonna,
what
I
about
think
like
too-
paint and all that kind of stuff?
What,
We don't charge for that.
I take it we're still using, yeah, there it is, I see it, little star. We're still heating with a certain
with
amount
the
of burnt
burnt
oil.
oil.
Yeah, they don't charge for the burnt oil because they can use that.
Yes,
around
to
It's
heat.
just recycled on site.
right,
Now, when you say oil mixtures, then et cetera, I'm wondering what qualifies as oil mixtures?
That one I don't.
and so also.
Well, I don't need an answer right now,
Okay.
it can be, I
Yeah,
was just,
I'm not sure those were
I'm trying to think of
numbers
what that-
given to me, so.
And
I was
household,
just thinking about somebody that had a 5-gallon bucket and they just put everything they find in that
And
bucket.
mix it all together,
Yep.
okay, yeah,
That's what I would say.
okay.
so household waste, we're gonna keep not charging for,
Right.
As
whether
long
we
as
bring
you-
it to the green box or the transfer station.
Correct.
Normal household waste. Okay.
Construction material is too low.
Now, construction materials at contractors or is that household, you doing your own?
Now, if you're doing your own, there's no charge, but if it's a contractor,
Yeah, and if I might, so that is an area, a distinction where we struggle. Because people will show up multiple times saying, oh yeah, this is all for my house, and they're kinda like, really? Cause this is the 20th time you've been here,
You got a big house.
big house.
They're tearing the whole
So-
house down.
Yeah, so that is to your question, I think that
Well,
is an
the-
area that,
it's a
We might
difference
need
of
some.
showing up with the sign on your truck and the sign not on your
Exactly.
truck.
Turning
Correct,
your hat around.
And
right,
no system is perfect, but,
But if you show up with a dump trailer 3 times in a month, you know,
well,
I
I
don't believe
do,
it's your house.
yeah.
well, it
And I think
depends.
they've started questioning folks a little bit more than.
Well, if
had
a certain things start showing up, then that's when you say, hey, Mark.
Yeah.
Well,
Hey,
usually
Mark,
it's,
this
hey
truck.
Jenny, hey, this guy's been here, this is his truck number, this is his name,
Right.
this is his number.
Yeah.
They've absolutely increased their,
Vigilance.
Yeah, they're very
$10
vigilant about
a
making
ton.
sure that what is coming in is from the county. It's not outside the
Right
county.
now,
and
They
if
call me to
any,
see if there's an agreement that's been signed, if
Right.
someone's trying to charge something and they're not used to them, they'll call me to verify that they can charge.
and if she gives notification of they're unable to drop anything off certain businesses or anything like that, Jenny will call them and, give a couple lists and they will not let them drop and give them the address, say, go see Jenny, you pay your bill and you can come back. So they're really,
Well, even with the trouble with the construction material, that should be 75 instead of 55. In my opinion, now, I've been in construction since
Yeah.
1977, and 75 for a ton of construction material, it's, and it also
They're
depends
going
on,
up $10.
Yeah, the proposal is to
I
go
say
up
go up
10.
another 10 to 70.
Okay.
That's my opinion, that and $1.25 will get you a styrofoam cup these days, won't get you
Won't
something.
get you coffee.
Won't get you coffee, but it'll get you a styrofoam cup in some instances. $75 a ton, oh, I'm sorry, go
No,
ahead.
you're done.
Well, I was just gonna say, from a construction standpoint, $75 for a ton of construction material is not much.
I would prefer that the large unbagged items, I think we either need to charge by the pickup load or not, because then you're gonna have people with mixed loads have to unload part of their stuff, and you're gonna use your sofa and mattresses to hold your load down, so you're gonna have to unload part of it, go get weighed, unload the second part.
So.
Well, if it's household, they wouldn't have to be
Right.
weighed because we're not gonna charge for the household.
But what about the
Waste.
furniture?
the furniture would be large
Right,
and bad.
so
That's
if you-
unbagged.
Yeah.
Right, but if you're doing your house clean out and you're putting your mattress on top of the rest of your garbage from the house,
The garbage is,
underneath the mattress or underneath the sofa.
As I understand it, they would just pull in and empty it all on the floor.
Correct.
Okay.
It all goes in the same
But-
spot. They would just charge them for the
Yeah.
unbagged
Weight of
items, but
the-
not for the bagged
But then it's
items.
by
But if
the
they had to
ton.
go, but if they had to go across the scale to get a
Right.
weight, so
Okay,
you're
I see what
saying
you're
per
saying. Yeah,
ton,
absolutely, yeah.
and I
You're
kinda agree,
gonna find
I
all those big
kinda,
things in the, yeah,
So
I
you just
In a
say
bag.
a flat charge.
Yeah.
a flat charge.
Not a tonnage.
either a flat charge or no charge. Yeah, but it needs to be, like, or a flat charge, a mattress is X amount, a sofa is X amount, that kind of thing, so you can dump
Makes
it
it a little
all
bit
in one
more.
shot,
Yeah,
yeah.
and of course, the goal is to try to keep those items out of the green boxes
Correct.
as well.
Right, right.
That's all, I'm trying to make
Sure.
logistics of,
so if you're bringing 3 sofas and it's just, so there's a couple of ways to look at this. If you've got 3 sofas on the trailer, you're coming into the transfer station, you weigh it by the ton, it's X amount of dollars, you throw it away. If it's per sofa, let's say $30 per sofa, is it more expensive to do it that way if there's no other mixed garbage with it?
But then you have different size sofas.
Right, which weigh a different amount.
Amounts.
and did it rain on your way in?
Did it rain on your way in? Yeah, I mean, seriously.
Well, they don't cut us any slack with Floyd's Mountain if
No,
it
they don't.
rains between here and there, so.
Although there is a cover on
Right, I was
the truck.
hoping the load was covered between here and Floyd's.
No, it's
It's
not.
not waterproof,
No, it's not.
and the bottom is not waterproof either, so it kinda goes straight through.
Yeah.
That's another discussion for another day.
I mean, is there something we can go back and tweak, that you would like us to tweak to come back with different numbers or is it?
I'd almost say $70 for the construction. I don't know if I'm ready to, I'd almost say just go to 10, but 20 is a big hike.
I'm just-
Maybe we can revisit.
I'm just looking for ways to make up the cutbacks that we made, but I could go 70, that's fine.
And on
I
that,
just think
that
10.
second tab too, if you wanna revisit at the bottom, it shows how many loads we had each month and an average of what the cost is per load. So I mean, you're looking at $1,600 to $1,700 every load that goes to the
Yeah.
mountain.
So we'd be plus,
67 loads, you're talking about 67 tractor and trailer loads in 1 month,
Yeah,
really?
it's about average.
We need a
Yeah.
compactor.
and I see them leaving a lot.
It was Christmas.
So right now, I think, and Levi also, likes the $3 for the for the
Tires,
Mhm.
yeah,
I'm good with that.
Yeah,
yeah, I'm fine with that too.
Okay, so
So you're still averaging anywhere, it could be 3 to 4 loads a day. Wow.
Yeah, they're pulling
I
out
noted
there a lot.
it increased, but that's,
Yeah, it's never stopped since the pandemic, it just keeps getting higher and higher and higher.
For appliances, are we only charging $20 for appliances that have Freon?
That was what Mark proposed, just because we have to
Just for
remove,
Freon,
we have to remove that
right,
before we can put it in with the
so it's
rest,
not all
so.
appliances, it's Freon.
like a hot water heater would still be free.
Yeah.
A dryer would
Washers,
be,
yeah.
yeah, but
And the appliances, the white goods, they don't go to Floyd's Mountain.
Right.
We take those with our recycling.
so,
We go down to
Containers.
Bassett.
It go the other way.
You ever seen that guy?
and we're still
Never
under
seen
the
so many
999
washers and
nine tires at a time, right?
Mhm.
That's what I thought. That's been an long-standing number for a long time. You don't say nothing.
So do you all feel like you have some direction where to go, and we'll kind of come back with some things? Some
Yeah, I think you're-
clarifications and,
73 and,
So $3 small tire, construction materials 70, right?
yeah. What did we decide on the furniture?
I don't know, I think if you're gonna drop off furniture, then, they've gotta take off the bagged items first. And then they have to be weighed, I mean,
If you're gonna do it
if
per
you're gonna do it
ton.
that way,
We don't currently charge for furniture, so.
At all. Yeah, so it could be a flat fee if you wanna initiate it, maybe like you said, start slowly.
$30.
Right, as far as the charge, do we pull it out, they come and get it, or are we taking it to them?
mostly we're sending people to them.
Oh, okay.
so it's not even coming out at all.
So
Yeah,
if
we
you
haven't-
had a,
Yeah, one time we talked about something else, but we haven't
right,
done
but
that
we
yet.
never developed
Not
that, okay. So, I guess it depends on the couch too.
I mean, it could be one of them sectionals,
Yeah, if it's one of those that's got the fold out bed in it, it don't have a lot of wood in it.
I don't know that those could go to the biochar if it has metal.
If
Yeah,
it
At
has
one
metal in it.
time,
I'm
they
not sure.
said that they could take a lot more than you thought. But, they also have not experienced the growth that they had expected, so
Right.
I'm thinking they're maybe being a little more selective right
Yeah.
now. But yeah, so there's a lot of stuff that it can burn up, as long as it can burn up at high temperatures, so
Right.
they can take it if they are, not as a different
Right.
question.
VDOT should be able to help their income.
I would think.
Yeah, I have that on my
That you
follow-up
need
list.
Yeah.
the first
Yeah,
thing.
absolutely.
Can I read Levi?
Yeah.
States that is hesitant about the furniture charge, as we may see more dumped at the green boxes. But after some thought, the folks that, who take the time to already bring furniture, the transfer likely still will. And the ones who dump at the green boxes already do it.
Yeah.
So, and it's free currently at the transfer, so I doubt this will encourage them to make a trip to the transfer station.
Just hate to punish people that are doing the right thing,
Yeah,
Yeah.
make them pay for everybody else's naughtiness.
right,
Well, it
So-
may, if I might be something that if you don't do it this year, you could look at next year as we kind of look at some possible alternatives for
Convenient.
additional green box
Waste,
enforcement.
right, exactly.
So to change the dynamic.
Have we had any furniture at our new Franklin Pike site that you know of? Has anything been dumped there?
Mattress?
One
One couch.
One couch?
Yeah. And that's the other.
in the box.
But they did put it in the box,
Yeah.
well,
Yeah, and even if I'm out at
Wow.
Indian Valley, it's the few things that are out are almost always like electronics.
Right.
For the most part, it doesn't even happen out there.
well, see, that's what I was gonna say, as we move forward on these sites, we're gonna limit, and especially as we get more and more cameras up
Yeah.
and monitor, and actually, when you have somebody come in and dump something they're not supposed to, we actually prosecute.
Right.
I hate to go that route, but it's what it's gonna
We're
take,
gonna have to do it for, so,
Eventually.
and as we
no
doing
use
these
to have the cameras
sites,
if we don't.
you're
I don't
gonna
enforce it.
eliminate a lot of this. Now, if you go to charging too much on furniture and appliances and that sort of stuff, then places like I showed you when we went on our trip across the low gap
I
are gonna
remember.
emerge again.
Yes, they will.
So we don't, I mean,
What about
we can
TVs?
remove the furniture. If
Yeah,
that's,
we don't
if
have
that's,
to charge it.
you know.
Yeah.
And maybe that's something we, like, you know, we revisit.
So what
Well,
about
and-
computers and TVs and electronics and any of
And
that?
pull them to the side at the recycling.
And it's not a charge,
Cause we can sell those.
cause we can sell.
And you'd be surprised how many people come through and like those items, whether they're salvaging or redoing things. A lot of consistent people come through and will just take them, you know, to rebuild, to work on, to use for parts.
We just need to be careful.
Yeah.
Do we need to pull the hard drives out of them?
It's not for us.
No, that one's
That would be the person who dumped them, that's their.
That's right.
But if we're allowing people to salvage them, I seen Danny going, you know
Yeah.
where, I'm
Oh, yeah,
going.
yeah.
Help me out.
Take it out and smash it with a hammer.
If
Well, if anything, we can hang like a
there's a
disclaimer.
lot of personal
There is.
information and stuff on those things, and if we're allowing people to salvage them, are we assuming somewhat responsibility?
No.
But like,
Doesn't a hammer take care of it?
But like Jim said,
Drill press.
if we could put up a
Drill
disclaimer.
press, okay.
Yeah, we could
Uh,
make a disclaimer
Put a
that says,
disclaimer up.
Well, we did just need a COA on
That's what
that
I-
kind
well,
of stuff.
yeah,
A COA disclaimer.
Yeah.
I can write that.
I know somebody can write one real well.
I know a guy.
Yeah,
I got it, guy.
but you understand where I'm coming from,
Yeah.
Danny, it just, and people don't think about that. But when they just dump their computer, it's got all their history, all their stuff, and I'm not a computer guy, but I do know that much.
Where are they dumping them? Is this at
Well,
the
they
At the
put
transfer
the
station.
transfer
At
station?
the transfer
So a lot of
station.
times they'll pull stuff, you know, for recycling or things of that nature and
And
that.
we do permit people to come in and,
Yeah, people are dropping stuff off and
Salvage
stuff
out
and they'll
there.
say, hey, you know, and yeah.
okay.
We got folks that just wait.
Something to think about.
We probably wanna sign or something.
Yeah,
Disclaimer,
Just,
exactly. Another Andy one,
Yep. And Andy's like, yes.
an Andy sign.
so, and I hadn't thought about it, like until Levi, but yeah, maybe we better leave it large items at zero. Because that's definitely not an incentive to bring it down
I'd
there.
rather see it be a zero than put it in the green boxes, cause that's how our drivers
Right,
get hurt.
get hurt,
That's right.
right,
You know, just
we-
trying to get
exactly.
that furniture out by
Experience with
themselves.
that.
Yes, we have.
Please. So if right now we have small tires at $3, construction material at 70, 0 for the furniture.
Furniture.
So do you want us to read you, or let me rephrase, you want Jenny to read you and send it
She just
back,
make
or-
the changes and,
you got it?
yeah, I don't think we need to look at it again.
And when would you like to start this? You wanna start at budget, you wanna start it now, you wanna?
ASAP.
I'll make a
we would
motion
send out
that we
new-
approve these with the changes
Should
and
the,
they start at the first of next month.
1st of March.
Yeah, cause we would wanna send out notices to our businesses you know,
Will that
Maybe
give you
first of
enough
April,
time?
People
maybe
that
first
have
of April?
agreements.
Yeah, 1st of April.
First of
Would you rather
April?
go 1st of April to give you plenty of time?
I mean, I can do it by the 1st of the month, that's fine.
By the
First of March?
Well,
Okay.
you heard staff, so I'll, 1st of March, insert on my motion.
Can we make the blocking green box surcharge increase with every X amount of offenses?
If you have more
Yeah.
than 2 offenses in a month, then jack the price on it.
And exactly how is
We could put
this,
that in the agreement.
Yeah.
how are we defining blocking green boxes?
If the driver can't
Get
get
to it.
to the box to empty it,
Because of,
because it's being blocked by a, you know, vehicle, or we've had people park their farm equipment around it, or, you know, sometimes it's customer parking. I mean, we try to work with the business
Everybody,
owner
yeah.
if it was avoidable, but sometimes it's kind of blatant, you know, they're not keeping
and this
that
is
route
at
clear.
mostly commercial,
And
It's all commercial.
all
And
commercial,
it's not like
Okay.
a one-time
Okay.
a year deal, it's
No.
just
making sure,
continuous.
gotcha, okay.
And it's usually the similar people, and those
Similar
are,
vehicles.
those are the ones that call saying they didn't take the trash and they didn't pick it up and they need it now and
Yeah.
those kind of
Okay.
things.
Gotcha.
Yeah, usually when I get a call that says my trash hasn't been picked up in 2 weeks, and I call the driver and they say, well, I was out there, but I
Do
couldn't
we
get
have
to it.
photographs? Do
So-
we get them to do photographic evidence?
I don't have photographs, yeah,
Probably a good idea.
so.
I mean,
Right, I mean, and sometimes we haven't picked up because we were down a truck or we were down a driver,
understood,
you know, and the
That's different.
businesses are usually pretty understanding,
right?
that's the issue.
But when we're
but-
dealing with an offense, I think a photograph is important.
Sure,
That way
I can let the
Yes.
drivers know.
you can,
If they protest it, then you got.
you have
There you
evidence.
go.
Yeah, that's right,
Especially if there's gonna be a fee involved going
Correct.
forward, that's a good idea to
correct.
have,
You need
yeah.
to document the offense.
Yep, needed, documented indeed.
Mhm.
There's you another foul.
Mr. Chair, if I might, so I caught a motion, was there a second?
Second.
Okay. On the motion to approve the update to the transfer station fees as presented and amended, and effective March 1, 2025. And an indication as well from staff that we will notify folks. With that, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
I just wanna state for the record, I am not usually a fan of user fees, but overall, I wanna see this equitably shared by all members of our county, and I will vote yes.
thank you. And let's see, Mr. Cox?
Yeah.
All right, thank you, and Mr. Turman?
Yes,
All right, thank you.
Good work.
So,
Finish new business before you, or what do you?
well, there are, if I might, there are really a couple of items here that we really would love to have our county attorney around for. And so if I might suggest some of those first.
Yeah, and also I have something at 2:45, a follow-up visit, an appointment, a medical appointment, but I will work diligently to stay as long as I can.
Okay.
My appointment's at
we can have
2:45.
a closed session to the end. It's not gonna be that long, is it?
There isn't.
Yeah, there is. There's, yeah, I believe there's under A1. So I think so, but yes, to your point, it wouldn't be that long. They need to discuss
sorry.
the,
Oh, I-
need to discuss it.
I
Yeah,
need
yeah.
5 minutes of it.
Yeah, so it won't be long. But, so if I might, Mr. Chair, the things we would need for sure, we always love to have Steve with us, but where we need to have him for sure is the discussion about property address ordinance. And probably would make sense for the resolution for penalties and interest as well. And,
Them
the
two,
other thing we have, yeah, is the ratify the emergency thing, which he's welcome to stay, but I think he's already given us. So I have yeah, thank you. So we have what the chairman signed, and then now this would be, something that Steve's already drafted for you all to effectively ratify the action of the chairman.
if we do them three now, that would sort of free Levi up to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, except I think he's part of the reason you're having a closed session,
Yeah.
Yeah.
if I recall, because part of, yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Sorry, it's rain on your parade, sorry.
So,
So those are some of my suggestions, Mr. Chair, wherever you'd like to go. Or wherever you and Mr. Durbin want to go.
well, we can do two of them and then go into closed session.
Would you like to talk about the property address?
Yeah, let's do that first.
Okay, and as a reminder by way of background, this is a subject that you all have been wrestling with for several months. And I think it's maybe fair to characterize, everyone knows this is a challenge, but what the right solution is requires a little bit more clarification from you all. And see if this is accurate, which I've shared with Mr. Durbin while we were talking about this portion of the agenda, is some of the challenges that you all have brought forward and others have related to how things sit now. It is difficult. Well, one is the emergency address in terms of if you call EMS, fire, whatever. I can tell you, I've talked to Kevin about this pretty ad nauseum, and so within the next 2 months, it's supposed to be a month, but I'm gonna say 2 because it's just been challenging. With the NG 911, that will become potentially less of an issue because it will notify the dispatch of the lat long of where you're calling from. Right, so that it's still important, but it's not as critical as it has been in the past to have an address. In addition to that, it's been reported to us that there are challenges for folks being able to vote or register their kids for school. Now, I've talked to both of the folks, the staff in charge of that, and Dr. Cromer and I had a conversation yesterday. There are in both cases some workarounds that they can use. They're not ideal, but they have figured out a way to be able to do that. But again, it's not ideal. And then, in addition to that, people, of course, are concerned about their ability to get a driver's license. And that's outside of people in the county, so there's not much I can do there. And I don't know if there's anything else you want Mr. Durbin to share with, where you wanna go from there, but that's just kind of recapping what I recall some of the issues have been. On the other side, there's concerns, Mr. Bolts has raised concerns about, if you open it too wide, are you gonna end up with lots and lots of RVs and tents? And what does that mean, and is that something you want? There have been some questions raised about how complicated this is gonna be for our GIS folks. Again, in having conversations with our Director of Public Safety, it turns out your software already has some preliminary addresses built in. So it's just, we did some particular examples Kevin and I went through yesterday about if I went from my house number to a non-existent house number a little bit further down, it will put a dot there. So that part is not as complicated. It's just how wide do you want the door to be? And what problems do you want to solve or not solve?
And it's not that we're asking our staff or anybody to go in and just assign numbers. It's if, like,
Requested.
I'll use my son as an example. He purchased a farmhouse in 2 acres. That still has that address. The farm around it does not. That address is with the house. And so if the owner of that property wanted to assign an address, they'd have an avenue to come and do so. It's not like we're sitting telling staff and the guy doing the GPS and all this stuff, that by doing this, you sit down and start adding, assigning addresses. It's on a property owner request, not that, it's like I own a little lot up here beside, Tex Drive-In.
Right.
Unless I come and ask for an address to be assigned to it, it stays just like it is.
Right.
It's identified on the tax map with the tax number, but other than that, that's it. It was, and it was never my intention to change any of the wording on the roads as far as naming roads or anything. We're just talking about the physical addressing of a piece of property that's requested by the property owner.
Correct.
Right.
My thought is too, there's nothing that's gonna dissuade somebody from putting up tons of tents on their unnumbered piece of property.
Right.
But it sure would make it easier for enforcement if you had a street number to send the health department out to.
Yeah.
To check on things.
And that's, I guess, one of the questions is, by not being able to get an address at your tent or whatever, is that going to deter you from putting the tent up?
No,
It
I-
probably is not gonna deter them.
I know somebody who
But it's
could.
your choice, it's your judgment.
Right, I know somebody who does not have a street number and that has not stopped them from putting up a number and using that as the street number and it's working.
It's not in our
Until it
system, but
until he
everybody
needs
else
a-
in the world,
Until
it's
he
a
needs an
number on the
ambulance, or
road.
she or she needs an ambulance.
Correct. So it's not, the lack of number is not keeping anybody from doing anything. It's just making it harder for enforcement and
So,
And if you have someone move here that, well, I talked to a 90-some-year-old gentleman and he was beside himself. Why are y'all getting into, why are y'all keeping people? He said, I know people that until they can afford to build a house, they're living in a camper right now. And he says, you're telling me they don't have an address? I said, no, because there's not a structure on it the way the thing's written. And he's a very conservative fellow, but he thought, well, that's crazy. And everybody I've reached out to like that has felt the same way, that this was, from what this was intended to what it's actually being used for, has gone too far.
Right.
If the person, and the numbering system we put in to begin with, we tried to make sure, take into account developments and stuff. That's why there's big numbers between, yourn might be 10 something and I'm a mile down the road and mine's 15 something or whatever, is to make allowances when we first put this in.
Correct.
For that.
Right. Right.
And if you get somebody that goes in and they put a road in and it's a VDOT standard road, it's accepted, well, then you can put individual addresses per that road.
Right.
But if we move forward with these private roads, all their mailboxes are gonna be out at the state maintained road. And they're gonna be on lot number, say 1100, it's gonna be 1100 A, B, C, D, E. But they're still gonna be out on the state road, like the one down next to the golf course that we had such a time with. If you go by there, you'll notice where those mailboxes are.
Yep.
They're actually out on 221,
Correct.
even though they got their little road names.
Correct.
So,
They're just
You
a
know,
bunch of
In-house numbers.
little tiny houses.
yeah.
Because above me there's 6 mailboxes on the
They are.
road. Tellens Road goes 1/10 of a mile, but then there's 6 houses past them.
But they're on.
They got house numbers, but their mailboxes up there.
Right, they got a house number, but it's actually on that name of that road, is their address. So basically what I'm looking at, and I don't know, everybody can speak for themselves, I'm looking at fixing it so that if a person wants to get an E911 address for their parcel of property, they can, without a structure, without anything. That's where I came from.
Right.
so the draft ordinance was to kind of open it up to that.
Mhm.
That if you own a piece of property, you can get an address for that piece of property. And if it's properly subdivided in accordance with the land division ordinance.
Right.
Then you can get an address for that.
But you also have to have the caveat that if it's in conformance with the ordinance from 1978 forward, if it was created prior to the ordinance, then it's grandfathered. Cause I know a bunch of quarter acre lots that was done in 76 and early 77, before this county had a subdivision ordinance. You see where I'm going? Those are deeds of record.
And the way it's written is that provided that no lot or parcel shall be assigned an address unless the lot was created in compliance with all ordinances of the county of Floyd governing the subdivision of land. So if there was no ordinance governing the subdivision of land, it was in compliance.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure.
That's a good point. Good
Yeah.
point to raise it. Always raise those issues.
I'm sorry, but
It's
I've been
Yeah.
around too long.
ounce of prevention.
Yep, absolutely.
But I just raise it because I know that could be an issue on some.
I thought of the same.
Yeah.
I was worried about the same thing.
So you'll put
February
language
13th,
into,
2025.
So
For additional information,
Oh, nice.
contact.
you're saying the way you've got it
Dr.
right
Linton.
now opens it up to where if a property owner, as long as they've met the ordinances that
And have a
applied at the
deed.
time.
have a deed.
Yeah, they have to have a deed to that parcel or whatever, then they can request a address.
And you will put in language that grandfather's in, or do we not need
Well,
that language
I
then?
think after hearing him say it out loud, I think he's got it covered
So-
because.
It applies,
Yeah, and they've got a, if they own the property.
Yeah.
And it's properly subdivided, doesn't violate the law.
right?
And they can show that they own it by producing a deed, a will, or some other
Correct.
acceptable evidence of ownership. Then they will be able to get an address for that parcel.
Right.
Now, the building code, I think, already addresses structures.
Yeah, we're not in.
Because when there's a structure,
Right.
the footers are, the building official shall assign them
Under the building code.
under the building code.
So if I still put a structure on it, I can go
Yeah.
I can go either way.
You
I can get an address before, or I can wait till I get a structure started
Correct.
and then.
And if you own 10 acres and you've got a structure here and you're building a structure here, and it meets it's entitled to one under the building code, then you'll get a second address.
And that's where you get into that B, B, and Z type. Yeah.
So I guess because it's an ordinance, wouldn't we need to,
Put a public hearing?
Yeah, that would be the next step. If you're comfortable with the draft and our discussion, then the next step would be to authorize a public hearing.
So moved, if
Second.
you're ready,
Second,
for staff to set up a public hearing as soon as possible.
okay?
That
25th.
correlates with our regular board meetings.
yeah,
But not on the day of your other two public hearings.
yeah, probably the
Right.
11th.
Yeah,
It's whatever,
okay. All right, so you'll leave
as
that
long
to
as you
us.
got time to advertise and
Yeah,
either one, the first or the second, it doesn't.
Did you have any more questions, Levi?
I'm good. Thank you.
okay,
All
so,
right.
so Mr. Chair, I think that we had a motion and a second, if you'd like me to go ahead. So, it was a motion, if I heard correctly, to authorize staff to move forward with setting and advertising a public hearing as it relates to a property addressing ordinance. And just as a matter of information. And based on every. And, yeah, that's the motion, and
Yes,
Yes,
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
And Mr. Sherman?
Yes.
All right, thank you. All right. My next suggestion might be that you would skip forward to the resolution for penalties and interest. And go ahead and, since you were kind enough to draft that,
Thank you, Dr. Millsap. It is here. So I think you've probably seen the draft resolution and I understand the board wants to act promptly on this because people need to know what their payment deadline is gonna be.
Yeah.
So I prepared a draft resolution for your consideration. Simply provides that due to an outside vendor error, tax bills for calendar year 2024 personal property taxes were not timely issued to 336 taxpayers. Because of this, the treasurer discovered this and caused the bills to be issued to the taxpayers in question. And that's the proper procedure. When you discover an error like that, you are to send the bill, make sure they've actually received the bill. But the due date there, and we'll need to fill in some blanks here, but the due date the treasurer provided, I think, was February 28th.
End of February.
Yeah, 28th.
So if you're inclined to adopt it, we'll I want to include in the motion that we fill in that blank with February 28th, 2025 was the due date in the second whereas clause. And the board has determined that folks are normally inclined to be prepared to pay their taxes on December 5th. And not having received that bill and then receiving notice that it's now gonna be due on the 28th of February, that might have upset some people's financial plans for how they were gonna address their taxes. And so the board wanted to give them an additional, essentially a month, I believe, to get those paid. So the resolution then would be that the deadline for payment of the 2024 personal property taxes is hereby extended to, and I think that date was March 31.
31st. Without penalties or interest.
Correct, for the 336 taxpayers identified by the treasurer as having not received their personal property tax bills for 2024. And then all payments made by those affected individuals during the extended deadline period from December 5th, 2024 to March 31st, 2025, made by or on behalf of the affected taxpayers shall constitute payments made on time, and no penalty or interest shall be applicable to payments received during the extension period. And then finally, it just provides that it does not relieve liability or waive noncompliance by any taxpayer not affected by the 336 not affected. So if the board is in agreement with that, we would be requesting a motion to adopt the resolution as submitted, provided that the date of February 28th, 2025 be inserted in the first whereas clause, and then the blanks in section 1 and section 2 be completed by adding March 31st, 2025 as the due dates. And if you're inclined to adopt that, I think a motion to that effect would be in order.
I make that motion at this time.
Okay.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, I have a question, but you
I
can
was gonna
second
leave
and then
it
we
to
can have
the
discussion.
Second,
She
yeah.
can do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right now.
Alright, so you're saying we should give people 30 days. 30 days would make it March 15th.
I'm extended to the end of March. I just extended it to it, but
My understanding, an additional 30 days from the due date stated in the notice from the treasurer is what I put.
But when did the
28th.
bills go out? When did the treasurer mail those bills? Those bills
I
have
know
already
one
been
person got theirs last Thursday, another one got it on Friday. They were calling me on Saturday.
So 30 days from last Saturday would be March 8th. I just think March 15th is adequate amount of time.
I thought it was going from February 28th, that's when they was due.
That's when they're due.
Per the treasurer's bill, yes.
per the treasurer's
Per her bill.
That's,
And I'm giving, my suggestion is go all the way to the end of March. That way, any hiccups, anything, cause some of the ones that contacted me, their only sole income is Social Security. They've already started spending their, for this month on medicines, groceries and other stuff, and they won't get a bill till, they won't get their next check till well after the 28th. So,
See, a lot of them, you get your social security payment on or about you, like my
Right.
birthday's the 9th. So my social security check comes in on or about the 9th.
Right.
So some of these people may not get their social security check till the 28th. Some's done got them the first of the month and their money's gone.
and then, and since it's their only income, that,
Yeah.
the ones that say they got their check today,
Yeah,
well, then they get their check now, that gives them 2 checks to work out all of their budgeted on
Yeah.
what they have to do.
Okay, so the next question is, you got your tax bill, right, Jerry?
Oh, yeah, I live outside of the town.
Right, okay. And there are 400 and, how many people in town? 420, 430?
Yeah, but not all of them have personal property, that's
Okay.
taxed. I know quite a few that actually do not have a vehicle
Right,
and they are renting, so
okay, so they don't get a bill. But out of those 338,
it's, and those they include businesses in that three.
now, anybody who owns a business knows that they didn't get a tax bill. I'm not trying to be hard-nosed about this, but you know you have taxes due. I know I've gotta pay my taxes in June and December.
Well,
I'm just, I
understand that.
I understand where everybody's coming
And I
from.
know several businesses that, in trying to get stuff for the, the end of the year taxes and stuff, that went to the treasurer's office and asked for theirs because they didn't get it prior to December 5th.
And they got it.
And, well, they gave them a copy. I also know several citizens that I talked to that went and got theirs. And even though, I've polled several people in town about this before I jumped on this bandwagon. Even the ones that went and did it understand the situation with the financial situation of some of these people. And I've not had one person argue against extending this deadline.
there's some people, like me and you was talking about the other day. Yeah, they know they got taxes due, but they don't think about it until they get that tax ticket and open it.
There's been many a times that I went to the mail, I gotta take care of this.
Yeah.
Jim Cornwell and I litigated one of these cases years ago. And if memory serves, there were a few legal issues that are implicated here that were implicated in that previous case. One is that the treasurer must send the bill. That sort of triggers the tax liability. You gotta send the bill. The taxpayer doesn't necessarily have to your point, it doesn't necessarily have to be received because people are on notice that they pay taxes every year. The confusing thing, the best thing I can say in defense of the taxpayers is that it could be confusing when they receive their real property bill, but not their personal property bill, because a lot of people you receive your bill and you pay it. You don't think about it, oh wait, I didn't receive my personal property tax bill. So I can see why, some grace might be given there. I think strictly, once the failure to bill was discovered, the treasurer billed it, and then I think it's 14 days. So I mean, you could enforce it legally as billed.
I can give you an example, I guess, what you're getting at. I let Mary keep up with taxes. And we divide property tax, real estate. She says, you owe me X amount of money, so I write her a check and she pays half and I pay half. But then later on, she comes back and she says, you owe me $900 some. I said, I done paid you. She said, yeah, but you got 2 trucks sitting out there that you ain't paid on. So I pay on my trucks and stuff, and then she pays on her vehicles. But it catches me off guard, so I can imagine, like you said, somebody getting their real estate tax paid. And then if, yeah. And then they forget about the personal property till like Jerry opens his mail. And then he's got a bill, you know. And but then, if you haven't got it budgeted, you know, and that's where you,
And,
you know,
a lot of people have 401ks, they have savings, but a lot of people don't. A lot of
Right.
people, when they were working, it took every penny to pay their bills, feed their kids, educate their kids. And they just didn't have a lot of savings to turn to. And I just think going by the end of the month, that should give them enough time to work their stuff out.
I think however you decide to draw the line, the range of options are do nothing and the taxes will be due on February 28th, and that would be legal. The Code of Virginia 58.13916 allows you to extend that due date for good cause shown. In my view, the billing issue and the confusion by receiving your real estate but not your personal property, I think that passes the test of good cause if you're inclined to go that way. But you're legal, whatever you decide to do.
Okay.
I don't think they should be penalized for something that wasn't their fault.
And maybe next month we can invite the treasurer and we can discuss this billing company, cause this is at least twice
Yeah.
within less than a year that they've created problems.
For us.
Yeah.
And that's confusion and additional expense and time for the county, so it's
Absolutely.
of concern, I would say.
And I'm sorry, I'll go ahead and Melton now, don't cut it.
Nope.
But anyway.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second, if that's all right, and that, and the first blank that it would be February 28th. And then on the subsequent ones would be, March 31st, 2025. So that's the motion as I understood it.
Do you have any questions, Levi? I'm sorry.
No, I don't. Thank you.
Okay. All right, with that, would you like, all right, then I'll go ahead and, call the roll on this. Mr. Booth?
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel?
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook?
Yes.
Mr. Cox?
Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Turbin?
Yes.
All right, thank you very
Thank you.
much. Appreciate it.
Could we post that on our website and on social media?
Yes.
Just to get the word out and maybe notify the town in case they get,
Okay,
You have that done today?
well,
yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
I don't expect you to drop everything, but
Just something.
Yeah,
Well, just.
Danny's sitting right here.
You get
Well,
around
just
to
as
it.
soon as I get it signed, heck,
okay.
Yeah.
All right,
Have
thank
a
you.
bucket full of round toots, do you?
Yeah, that's right,
Well,
that's
that's what I meant, I wasn't expecting,
right, I understand.
y'all just kill me.
Mr. Chairman, I guess the last item that kind of has some legal, potential implications, and then if you'd all like to, see if you can stay as long as you want, but I'm just trying to save your time. So, as you know, we've had this amazing storm the last couple of days, and, so, as a part of that, there's been an enormous amount of effort that's gone on that I've shared with you all, earlier. And as a part of that, the chairman has approved, in his role as emergency management director, has approved a document that looks a whole lot like as your document in September, that was related to Helene. declaring a local emergency order for Floyd County winter weather emergency, February 12th. And then there was also some paperwork that was submitted last night as well, these are all copies, thank you. That was submitted last night as well for the forms and all of that for this. So we've submitted to the state request for assistance. And part of that, of course, you've heard about and seen this morning, that's gone really well. In addition to that, we've had some things submitted around our situation, and then this would be kind of the final piece of that from this perspective. And then, of course, the chairman is authorized in his role as emergency management director to go ahead and do that, but then we need to follow up and have you all as a board go ahead and approve that, ratify that action essentially. So that's what Mr. Durbin has been kind enough to write up for you all to do that, and then we can move forward. I will note, if you haven't seen on your news alerts this morning, Franklin County has declared a local emergency, but right now they're about the only ones. We are kind of in an unusual outlier situation, unfortunately, for the storm. On all of the National Weather Service calls and VDEM calls, they made it very clear that the bullseye for this storm was Floyd County.
That is correct.
Yes, so we kind of got, we missed Helene, and so nature decided to come back and get us. And obviously, we have some pretty extraordinary needs that have become a part of this, and I'll just go ahead and reiterate what the chairman mentioned before, that it's now late enough that we do have 2 warming centers open right now for folks to come in and to be able to take showers, bring your own stuff, please, get some water, warm up a little bit if you need it, and charge all your devices, and those are at the fire stations in Willis and in town. Yes, sir.
Say this, as bad as this is, we should be thankful that we didn't get the bullseye that North Carolina got with
Oh,
Helene.
gosh, yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
I mean, them poor people are still in tents down there.
Yeah. I will also, I think the part I can share with you all publicly that I haven't shared in kind of closed session has been, it's, our request for assistance last night was pretty extraordinary. It generated a lot of phone calls about what is it you think we can actually do, and the answer turned out to be a lot. When I talked to AEP last night, he kind of chuckled and he said, it's funny, I just hung up with Kevin Sowers, and that my phone call before that was from the governor's office informing us that we need to do something for Floyd.
Right.
So I really appreciate the effort that's been done, and all the folks that responded. They know very much that as a community and you all as a board, you don't ask for much.
Mm-mm.
But when you do, it means we really, really need your help. And so wanted to share that
I'll
with
say
you all.
this, go ahead.
I know that on Tuesday morning, the roads were not passable. Do we need to correct the dates on this to cover Tuesday morning when the roads were all iced? And people couldn't make it to work?
Because a lot of people were impacted on Tuesday, not
Right.
just Wednesday, the 12th.
Because the schools were closed
Yeah.
on Tuesday
Yes.
because the roads were impassable.
And actually, I would say it was partially on the evening of the 10th.
The 10th, schools were closed already, so I wasn't,
I think that whatever the declaration of emergency was made,
that was on Monday from the
we're ratifying
governor.
that. We don't ratify with the state
Right.
right, so that's in place, we're safe on that. And then as far as ratifying the local emergency, it's whenever the Director of Emergency Management made the declaration of local emergency. I thought that was yesterday,
Right.
so that's what we would be ratifying.
So anything that we incurred on the 10th is,
The 11th.
on the 11th, I mean, is,
Covered under the governors.
Under the governors, yeah.
Probably covered in the governor's
So-
statewide declaration.
There was somebody who was asking for copy of the local emergency as their coverage for not being able to go to work. And this would not cover them for
For that?
Tuesday.
Well,
The
Basi-
governors would.
Yeah, cause
No,
it says
it's a locality,
on the 10th, the governor declared.
right, it doesn't cover them for the job. A local emergency does. A local declaration.
Hmm.
I know
That
that,
is a new concept for me. I'm not aware, I mean, the purpose of the declaration of local emergency is to put your
right,
emergency action plan into place and open the warming shelters and,
apparently some
Things like that.
employers are considering this as the work excuse. To
yeah,
not go, not be able to get to work.
and that's,
It's just what I've seen
Yeah,
out there.
I've never heard that that's a function of the declaration.
Brave new
but,
world.
Right.
Um,
And just putting it out there that
yeah,
this request has been made, so.
I don't know if we can. I don't know if we can retro it past when the actual action took place. Because what we're doing is ratifying the actual action.
mhm,
And that action actually took place yesterday.
yeah,
So I don't know that we
Uh-uh,
can,
yeah.
I don't know that we
Yeah.
can do it where it can retro, even if we,
I guess the concern for me is that the roads were impassable on Tuesday and there was no emergency declaration stated to get stuff rolling when the roads were impassable.
I can't even understand an employer requiring an employee, when they gonna go through the same things that the employee did, they should know they're not lying about it. I believe there's more to that story than, you know.
I know this, I've heard through the years from many employers in Montgomery County, they love Floyd County people. They'll
we'll
have
get
Floyd
there.
County people here get to their jobs in Montgomery County. And they'll have people that live a half mile from their manufacturing plant call in because they can't get there.
I'll give you an example. I know a guy that went to work third morning. Sergeant got in the side ditch, busted his tires, so he had to turn around and come get his sergeant and take him. They came all the way from Indian Valley and Willis. And the ones that lived within 2 miles of the employer couldn't make it in because of the roads. Yeah,
I don't know, I mean, he may, but I don't know of any way we can do it. In my experience is to make it retro. I don't think we can.
without extensively researching it, I don't think there's an answer. I think the facts are the facts. And we're ratifying what was done.
Right.
Okay,
3 of us stayed on this from the minute it happened. We were still getting some leeway till yesterday evening, it got worded, you know, we gonna have to have help now. You know, so that's the reason we went ahead and pulled the trigger on it and got it done. And I know there's, DeVito was upset because I wasn't sending out updates. The reason I wasn't sending out updates, I'm not gonna send out an update, have it splashed all over social media, and then 20 minutes later send out another and say, no, we was wrong on that. This is what we gotta do.
okay, sir.
I wanted a rock solid plan before we ever done anything.
Yes, sir. We have closed email threads that can be handled. I am a member of this board. There are 5 of us on this board. And with an emergency such as this, as far as I'm concerned, as soon as the governor declared that emergency and the first weather broadcast was made and the other VDEM and state broadcasts were made, we should have declared a local state of emergency. This bullseye was seen 3 days ago, 4 days ago. I feel that as a member of this elected board, in a confidential closed email thread, we could have been kept informed. We all know what a closed email thread is. We all know what closed
Mm-hmm.
sessions are. I just found it to be very unfortunate that a full communications thread was not afforded the rest of this Board of Supervisors. That's my opinion.
So when we're
And I'm
working
sticking
hard
with it.
trying to get stuff lined up, and then we gotta quit every 20 minutes and send out a,
Oh my gosh,
Okay.
really? Okay,
oh, you
that's
ain't been
fine.
there. Yeah,
That's fine,
You ain't been there.
sure.
Yeah.
I don't think it's every 20 minutes, sir. You could have alerted us that things were happening.
Well, you
That's
know
what
as
I'm
much as
saying.
we did.
Do we have
Is there
a
a
motion
motion?
and a second or yet, or?
No, I don't think so, but
I'll make a motion, we ratify, we adopt the ratification.
I'll second.
all right, and as presented.
As
Correct.
presented.
Okay, just to be clear. All right, if I might, Ms. Chairman, and go forward with, on the motion to ratify the resolution confirming declaration of local emergency due to severe winter storms as presented to the board. Today, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
thank you, sir, and Mr. Turman.
Yes.
All right, thank you. We will move forward with this and, yeah, apparently Linda just needs to sign it, is what I hear right here. Linda's gonna sign it and, I have, most of a press release drafted to go out with it, so we'll get that out shortly after you all adjourn.
That concludes legal stuff.
Unless you guys, we still have other things for us for a little bit. You have a closed session and a couple of other items, but Mr. Chairman, I am not aware that any of those are gonna require legal assistance.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
Well, good to see everyone. Enjoy the winter wonderland.
Indeed.
Really, stay
I
safe
hope
out
you
there.
get your
Yeah.
power back soon too.
Thank you. We're limping along. We'll be okay.
You
Hope it's soon.
be careful out there too, stuff's melting. As a victim of hydroplaning, be careful.
There was there's a tree down on my road. I've got 2 trees down in my yard. Not trees, I've got branches down. There's a tree down on Mud Pike in Christiansburg, and then coming up Route 8, I could see so many trees where crews had come through and clear them off at least to the
To the white
edge of the
lines.
road, to the white lines, as
There's a
Sheriff
lot of
Craig
people
said.
wish they didn't have Bradford Pires in the yard.
Yeah, that's what I.
Are you out Mud Pike?
Yeah.
Are you?
Mhm.
Well.
Yeah.
That's an old stomping ground out there.
Yeah.
So yours is 11 o'clock on the 16th. That's what they said in the update a while ago.
I was
Anybody
hoping-
before yesterday morning was 14th, I mean this morning, and then this morning forward, 16th.
Yeah, they were saying,
Yes.
when I looked at it earlier, they said tomorrow at 11 p.m.
There you go.
After 2 days, I
We'll
guess.
see you on the 18th.
Yep.
All right,
Bye, Steve.
thank you,
Take care.
Steve, appreciate it.
Be careful. My biggest fear is black ice, cause I totaled the county car on that black ice.
That-
Let's see. Are we doing closed or are we doing something else?
Yeah, pretty much, and if unless I'm mistaken something, what you have left is the closed session, and that's related to a conversation about an appointment.
Right.
And then going back to the old business, an appointment, potentially, and a review of the calendar. So those 2 items that you had tabled at the previous meeting.
Right.
And so other than that, and my little summary at the end, I think you're there.
What are we doing first?
Closed
Let's
session,
do it
yes,
first. Okay,
cause Levi needs to be in on that, and that's why if he
That-
needs to leave.
yes, if that's all right, yeah, cause I think his presence was why you were doing this today, right? Okay.
So I take a motion to go into closed session on 2.23711A1.
So moved.
Second.
All right, Ms. Chair, on the motion to go into closed session under 2.23711A1, discussion, consideration, or interviews of prospective candidates for employment, assignment, appointment, promotions, performance, demotion, salaries, disciplining, or resignation of specific public officers, appointees, or employees of any public body. And hopefully we could stop there since the rest is printed. I believe that was the call before. And again, the subject was appointment. Mr. Booth,
Yes.
excuse me, Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
all right, and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
So moved.
Second.
All right, on the motion to come out of closed session, Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
okay, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes,
All right, thank you.
and I will take a motion on, 10A.
Now we have to certify.
Ninth District Economic.
We have to
Certify.
certify.
I'm
need to
Sorry.
Alright,
I'll
I'll
make
take a motion certifying that we'll discuss those things we're in a closed session for.
So moved.
Second.
All right, on the motion to certify that only things that were supposed to be discussed were discussed in closed session, Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes,
All right, thank you. Now back to where you were going, sir.
alright, now we go back to TNA.
Sir, I'll make a motion that we appoint Mr. Leon Moore to a 2-year term beginning on 1/25 through 1/27 to the 9th District Economic Development Board. Does that cover it?
I believe so.
Second.
I tried.
Motion and second, call the roll.
All right, on the, on the motion to appoint Mr. Leon Moore, reappoint Mr. Leon Moore to the 9th District Economic Development Board as a member for the 2-year term beginning January of 2025 through January of 2027. Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Ms. Cookenbook,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes,
All right, thank you.
so then the Commonwealth's counter.
Well, also like to thank, the other gentleman that applied and for him to please not be discouraged on this one.
Okay.
Maybe emphasize that in whenever
Yes.
he's notified.
Thank you.
He would be a good addition to the county in any position, I believe. So,
Absolutely.
Sorry, sir. Go ahead.
that's all right.
Excuse me.
So now we go down calendar.
Can I get my memory refreshed? We're pretty much following this calendar, right?
Yes.
The things in question is November and December,
Correct.
That would be the recommendation, yes.
Yes.
and the dotted lines are for half days, correct?
The red dotted lines, yes.
I think we ought to make them full days myself.
I did too, we discussed that
Mhm.
before, that
I mean,
time you come in a half a day and get started, you gotta quit.
well, and two, it helps, we're helping show our gratitude too. I don't know what Levi thinks, but
You got an opinion, Levi?
On the calendar.
yeah. On the day before Thanksgiving and the day before Christmas, instead of having our employees work a half a day, we just go ahead and give them the full day.
Yeah, I'm with that. That works.
To be appropriate, I'll make a motion to that effect and
We'll be honest.
we'll get this off our agenda.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is there a
Second.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Chair, if I might, so on the motion to approve use of the Commonwealth calendar for 2025 for purposes of holidays and days off for employees, with the addition of days that are marked on the Commonwealth calendar as a half-day, red circle 4 hours, which are specifically, it looks like November 26th, December 24th. That those, with those as full days off would be adopted as the county employees' holiday calendar. And let's see, given that item, where did Jerry, thank you. All right, there it is. Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Cookham,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtel,
Yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yes.
and Mr. Terman.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Did that.
With that, we go down to board time and then George.
Okay.
If I may, I just wanna, if you go to your correspondence in the social services report, most of them are maintaining in the range. But if you'll notice there at the front desk, they don't have the benefits, it wasn't available, but the top one at the front desk, we're just, and here we are in the middle of the winter and we're starting to see an increase there. As we get to warmer weather, it's gonna, I just wanted to point that out.
Yeah.
I know Chad would have mentioned that had he been here, but things are starting to pick up there and I know he's trying to use all the funding with the least match that he can, but that's only going so far. And I don't know that if the state, it depends on what happens at the federal level, but I don't know if the federal level ends up reducing, I don't know that the state's gonna pick it up.
Right, I know.
And some of these areas, I don't know that we can pick up. But there's some areas that we may need to really consider picking up. I hate it and I don't like it, but anyway, that's all I had, sir. I just wanted to draw everybody's attention to that. We're starting to pick up at social services and
I know during the CPMT meeting, he had mentioned revisiting some of the stuff that comes out of FAP and the comfortability or, even practices or things, and looking at different cost-effective, alternative treatments that may be just as,
right.
just as good, but that'll reduce the cost. And they're putting together, Stephanie's putting together also trying to expand Medicaid services, people who offer, you could pay, through Medicaid, which is a good thing. So he's looking to adjust and, revisit a lot of different areas to,
He's very
circumvent those
conscientious of the cost to us as a county. And but there's some things out of his control.
Correct.
And I, without identifying and getting any details, but last I knew, we had a child that was out of state that we brought in state. Now they've had to go back out of state, so that means that our people to visit that child have to go out. And, those are costs that we can't control. I still hope that one day you can get with your managers meeting and we as a district, since the state won't do it, we as the New River Valley can look at maybe trying to go in and entice one of these companies to come in and locate a facility here in the New River Valley. Maybe some kind of consortium similar to what the jail is. And that will guarantee a certain number of beds for each locality. But we also have to understand they're in a business, so they will bring other people in from other areas. The state's not gonna address it. Everybody I've talked to there just laughs and goes on, but
I wish we could get some company to come in and take Southwest Virginia Training Center.
that would be lovely,
That was
yes.
closed, that's in Carroll County, would be ideal for what we need.
Before it runs down any more than it already has.
Yeah.
But I know, let's see, I guess it was in the 80s, I worked for Clark Brothers and we went in and done a bunch of renovations up there on that place.
That was
In
a
the
nice place at one time.
In the 80s? Is that what you said?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was in the eighties.
It was started, I think, in the late seventies.
Eighties, it was either in the eighties or early nineties, but
That was
things run
nothing they
together,
closed
so-
after, Craig Deals.
yeah.
I know that healthcare facility requirements are incredibly
Oh, yes.
stringent, and I've seen several mental health care facilities need to close because they no longer met the safety standards, so it's
I just think,
huge expense.
given what every county in the New River Valley is looking at, and shoot, it may not have to limit it to New River Valley. You know, you've got all Southwest Virginia clamoring for, they're in the same boat we are, looking for beds.
It could be set up under the same principle as the regional jail, where 8 jurisdictions come in and.
Yeah.
I think financially that would be so incredibly overwhelming to the jurisdictions that it would be cost prohibitive.
Well, I'm not saying we would come in and do a total pay,
No.
but there's incentives that each district, each county could kick in. But like I said, I mentioned it to some of my counterparts in the New River Valley, and I never got a response. They's more interested in jobs, but this right here is an ongoing cost that is gonna continue. And the state's not willing to address it. If we as a district's not willing to address it, then it's gonna continually to cost our taxpayers. That's just my 2 cents, and I'll hush.
Alright, hearing no more, we'll go on down to yours, Dr. Millsap.
Alright. And you know about some of this already through some email communication, so I'll be brief. If you don't mind, I'm gonna turn back this way so I can look at it. So trash truck financing update, as you know, we got a very attractive offer earlier. And after you all approved us moving forward with that, they came back and said, oh, we used the wrong formula, we can't offer that to you anymore. And so they came back with an alternative, which was not nearly as attractive, I will say. And at the same time, another bank came back to us and said, well, we sharpened our pencil a little bit more and we can do better this time. And so, and what they came back with was 4.25%. And it could be either 5 or 6 years. Now, I had originally, before they showed up, I had put together a real brief little bid document to go out and try. So I guess here I'm kind of looking for thoughts from you all. I can go out with that, or we can just say, everybody had a shot. I can go to the third one that hasn't said, I have a new number, and say, by the way, you're not a winning number. Do you want to try again? And what do you all think? It would.
I think everybody should be afforded the same.
Okay.
I mean, if the other bank came back with something else, then the other bank should be given the opportunity to come back with something else, and the third bank should be able to, or the fourth bank. Everybody should be on a level playing field.
That's the safest.
Yep.
Okay. Then that's what we'll go ahead and do, but I wanted to make sure that's, because it'll take just a little bit longer, but we'll put it out for a little while, and I'll put it on EVA as well, which helps us with the requirements for publication. So we'll move forward on that, but excited that at least we got that, not as good as the other one.
Now, are you waiting on that to finalize before you put the order in for the truck, or?
The truck person writes to Mark about every 3 days about, okay, when are you gonna have your financing? So that's, that's taken care of. They just need us to have money to hand them.
Right.
So, okay, we'll move forward with that. The second item I already discussed with you all when Ladina was here about the 2 housing awards. So just wanted to bring that to your attention. Parks and Recreation update. That's kind of related to the meeting with Dr. Cromer as well. So in our meeting with Dr. Cromer, we talked about 2 things. one in particular with some teams at Floyd E. And so we worked through some challenges there. And then we, of course, moved to talking about fields and how we're gonna maintain fields. And so the schools are still committed that they're gonna maintain at Willis and Indian Valley. They will probably not be able to follow the schedule that would be preferred, which would be to drag 3 times a week. That's just not doable, given the limited staffing for that kind of work at both schools, but because they have one custodian essentially between the two. But we'll move forward with that, and of course, we've committed to keeping the ones up at Floyd E. And have informed again Mr. AG on repeated times that we will be doing something about that additional field at Floyd E. And so we're going along that direction. On those, we've had some disappointing news. We went to our first choice for a part-time person to replace Miles. And she ended up declining because she found an offer that paid her quite a bit more. She was exceedingly overqualified, to be fair. We went to a second candidate, and what we're able to offer them is $7 an hour less than what they are currently making in a full-time role, so they said no. So right now, we're looking at going to Radford and trying to see if we can get an intern out of their appropriate program, and we would be able to pay them some. Cause I always hate asking interns to work for free, but we could pay them and hopefully have them folded into the program. So that's the direction that we're going at this time on all of that, and wanted to let you know. So in terms of a tourism update, I was hoping this would be different. We had planned for Andrew and I and Kathleen to meet with the chamber and talk a little bit through the future of the visitor center and that function, and what should, now that the chamber is kind of in a slightly different, better position than they were, what it is that they would be handling and what the town and the county could maybe back away from. So we will have to reschedule that due to weather, but when I put that on there, that's where we were going, so that's the plan there.
May I?
Yes, ma'am.
Should Kalinda be involved in that, just as the board member to the chamber? Just a thought.
And the tourism.
And tourism, just a thought.
Okay.
I think would afford some insights.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't think we've had a tourism meeting for the last 2 quarters, yeah.
8 months.
Yep.
Yeah, we need one on the books.
Okay, we'll move forward with that. And then meeting with Dr. Cromer, like I mentioned, was to talk through a lot of those things. We also talked through some of the addressing issues. And she, of course, reiterated her reoccurring request for if I knew of any money for a bus. Those kind of things, but overall, generally, things work really well there, working with them, and that's a very good relationship, so I appreciate that. Greenbox site opportunity, Mark and I went and visited and revisited a potential Greenbox site on the eastern end of the county. We've talked to the landowner there, and I've looked at putting it on a slightly different part of the parcel. So they were gonna go back and do some additional noodling and talk to legal counsel and see where they ended up, so. But we have moved forward on trying to find something else up there. So we'll see how that goes.
So the green box is back at Bethlehem Church in Sunny Ridge?
They are back at the Buffalo. I think Mark sent me a picture at Sunny Ridge.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I think he did. Now, I will say, that is, it's been a little challenging up there because the space is pretty tight, so we're looking at kind of how
was 2 or 3.
kind of maybe how to reconfigure that a little bit, because it's difficult for the trucks to get in and out of there. Yeah, so.
Buffalo Mountain got back 2 days later, one box was full of doors and window frames. Oh,
my.
the steam come out of my ears.
Right. Update on Indian Valley items. I think I shared with you all an email that I've had some sat down with Mr. Phillips and talked through some of the issues there about trash and those kind of things. He said he really wasn't concerned, but if I wanted to fix it, his suggestion was actually to maybe build the fencing a little taller on the existing site, not to do anything where it might be blowing too, but to try to address that. So we talked about that, and we also talked about the fact that we have Dustin and excuse me, Dustin and Jacob working together on trying to get a CPR first aid course that we would offer in the community room at the rescue building there, old rescue building in Indian Valley. And so we'll get something going out there. I will say the folks that live out in the valley yesterday were trying to go ahead and open an informal warming center in the community room, as they often do. And discovered, despite the fact that they have been paying for someone to maintain the generator out there, it appears that it has not been getting maintained. So while you all were meeting this morning, their finance person was in here going through the bills and everything with Jenny to get that all worked out. But so they were unable to do that, and that's part of why one of them is at Willis. So at the fire station, because we know those generators are all in good shape.
I remember a few years ago that I know they had them down here at Station One. Yeah, about once a year, they'd have CPR classes for people to recertify. And then they had one class for people to certify. So that'd be good if they could get that kicked back up.
Yes, we would love to do that, and we have some internal reasons for that as well. We have OSHA requirements that folks at the transfer station have that certification. There is, we have an ability to not have to do that because how close it is to the nearest EMS station, but it would be better to have them certified than not, because obviously they're not at the station all that often. So that would be really useful. And so would love to continue with that. And kind of as a related note that has happened since I put this together originally, on the NG 911, we are super close to having that taken care of, and there's a couple more things that Danny and Kevin and some of the contractors are working on, but that's pretty close. And on the EMD side of it, one of the last items is training for 4 remaining dispatchers on the emergency side. So that should be getting done hopefully, well, it was gonna be this week. It might have to be next week, but that's the plan, that Jesse from our staff is gonna do that training.
Once we get those 4 trained, then that's got the complete set that we're shooting for to begin with.
It is. So that would be great, and the sheriff's office has been really helpful about trying to make sure this gets moved along. So appreciate that. The Floyd Emergency Fair 2025, I've mentioned that to you before. It's really a partnership event, and they've invited us to participate as the employer of most of the first responders. Right, so so right now it's listed as an emergency preparedness fair, and so they are to the point now they are opening up for people to have a vendor booth. So if anyone has interest in that, they ask that I share that. And of course, the emergency updates we've kind of covered already today. But again, really appreciate the amount of work that the fire department in particular has been doing the last couple of days is pretty impressive.
All across the county.
All across the county. I mean, VDOT, is doing their thing. The vast majority of that kind of work is happening on a volunteer basis from the fire department. And it's been very, very impressive. And then they were there this morning to go ahead and make sure all the folks that are volunteering from social services to do the warming centers know where everything is, how everything operates, all of that. So just wanted to close with a real positive note to them.
And that's open till when?
3
Today.
3 today, 11 to 3 today. Yeah, and then we'll just kind of see.
Play it by ear after that.
Yes, so the last update I got from AEP while we were sitting here is basically the folks, the expectation should be that folks whose power went out in kind of the first phase of the storm, hopefully will have their power back by tomorrow night, around 11 o'clock. Other folks that are in the second wave, it will probably be as much as another 3-4 days, it could be. Now, they're hedging their bets, but if you look at their map beyond Floyd, there's very little of their service area that is not impacted, so,
I always said I'm always learning, and that was one thing I learned through this outage here. Of course, my grandson tells me a lot too, being he works for Elliott, but when they got a big area like that, when they start restoring power, they gotta do it in little sections at a time. Because don't they overload all their equipment. So I guess if you look down the road and your neighbor's lights is on, just be patient. Once it stabilizes, you'll be on down.
yes, and again, when I spoke to them last night, of course, they pointed out, our terrain isn't helping and our adoration of trees doesn't help either. But this one is particularly, I think they said, more challenging for us because it is so many smaller breaks. In the last couple of years, it's been more one big tree fell on one big line, kind of like happened last summer.
Takes out
This
half the county.
is 5 houses at a time, 3 houses at a time.
Another thing that'll help too is if they get them substations upgraded like they're talking about.
Yeah.
Cause that's what my power flashing off and on is they would turn on another section and then swoop, and then they'd come back.
Yep.
And that's what a lot of it around town's been.
But as bad as we have it, Grayson County is even worse.
Oh, yeah.
They're,
They hadn't got out from under Colleen or
Helene,
yeah,
as I come by Topeka this morning, there was like 4 Elliott trucks sitting there. One of them had a trailer. I told, it wasn't Jerry, somebody I was talking to coming in. I said it looked like the Mars rover sitting on the back of it with a big bucket on it. So they got the equipment in here to take care of some of these steep places. And up in Glenda's district, when they get down in Berry's Creek and Bones Mill, the other time you could look down the holler and see about 10 posts or poles snapped off. And so it takes time to put them back.
At some point, it'll be much more cost effective to run the utilities underground.
absolutely.
Yeah.
This is just insanity,
It is.
replacing transformers and
Yeah, doing the same thing over and over again. It's the definition thereof.
All right, well, Ms. Chair, with that, that's all I have. Like I said, I've got a press release, about 2/3 done here for, your emergency statement, so we'll go ahead and get that out. And anything else, let me know.
So I guess I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved?
Second?
On the motion to adjourn, Ms. Cookiebook,
Yes.
Mr. Booth,
Yes.
Ms. Bechtold,
yes.
Mr. Cox,
Yeah.
thank you, and, Mr. Turley.
Yes.
All right, thank you all.